Also, good day, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. This is Viper S of Viperland, and I am back here with Robotics and Note Elite, hoping to make some more progress tonight. How's it going, Sora? Welcome to Viperland in the chat. Congrats on sustaining RF. I also started a new character. I'm trying not to exsanguinate, because I really just want a good excuse to do exsanguinate, and I don't think I built a good one last time, so I'm trying it again. But yeah. Nope. I keep forgetting that moving one of the control sticks advances chat. It only took Frau 3 days to write a program for M45. I mean, 72 hours is more than enough time, SMH. Wait, you were working on it for 72 hours straight? Once I start working, I don't sleep until I'm finished. That's my DEFA. Touchpad, yeah. Short for default, the initial setting state. Of course. Which is why I'm very, very sleepy right now. I didn't think you'd go so hard. Because of that detailed specifications doc you sent me, I wall punch specs. Well, thanks to you, now we have plenty of time to make adjustments. Thanks. Just so you know, it's not like I stayed up all night for you. Huh? What's with the robot voice? You don't even know the temp tsundere phrases? Wake up, sheeple. Internet slang used in the aughts, combination of sheep and people used to ridicule people who are controlled by media and believe anything they see on the internet. Also, I feel like my mic is just quieter than normal. Oh yeah, levels are weird. Microphones are weird. Short for template, as in a pattern. A girl who is usually aloof and acerbic soon, but becomes affectionate, dare, when alone with her romantic interest. However, the definition has become more broad recently. Yeah, I suppose so. I hope you have Celestial Righteous Fire, aka one of the best microtransactions in the game. I'm not biased. At this point, she's basically cursed. Talented but broken. What an unfortunate woman. You're damn right. And she's self-aware. By the way, Furugori, do you intend on staying inside today as well? Just like before, Frau was calling in. I'm in NEET after all. I mean, also, if I was awake for 72 hours, I would then sleep for the next 72 hours, so, like, I get it. Plus, I hate the sun on this southern island. It's too hot, and the light hurts my eyes. My eyes! My eyes! I can only watch Frau's attempt at acting with a cold gaze. Subaru completely ignores this virtuoso transfer student's gestures and starts to fiddle with his phone droid. It's already connected to the M45 via cable. I'm almost done downloading the program. Now all we have to do is adjust it for M45 and run a quick test. Let me know when you're done. I'll be playing KB till then. Of course you will be. Yashio-senpai, please tell me when you're going to start hunting for cheaters. Hunting for cheaters? Oh yeah, I guess that was part of the deal, huh? Also, didn't you say it inherently benefits you too, since you're convinced that so many of the top 5 are cheaters? If they said 3 of the top 5, they're pretty sure are cheaters. Truth be told, I was going to accept her offer either way. What are the specifics? Just come over to my place. Excuse me? Does she realize what she's saying? And why is she fidgeting around and looking all embarrassed? And then you can play games in this moldy, cold room in all kinds of dirty positions. That's how video games work, huh? Just keep playing without showering, wearing only a tank top and shorts, bags under your eyes, in a bad mood. Yes? And then Naga Fukada, wearing a tank top, shows up and says the following. Now listen here, only play games for an hour a day. I'm gonna have to punish folks like you living a debauched life. You're crazy, Sensei. If you want to punish me, you gotta beat me first. You'll never win though, haha. Can I hang up now? Frau's eyes are totally bloodshot. Yeah, 72 hours awake. Go to sleep. I think she's gone crazy after staying up for so long. Anyway, just come over. I'll teach you how to hunt cheaters. If I feel like it. You already admitted you were going to accept it anyway. You were straight up going to do that. So what if I feel... Gotta do everything on its own terms. In researching on the abnormal weather and encountered something about the apocalyptic sound. My urban legend senses started giggling. Tingling, yeah, I was about to say. See, sounds interesting. I can Google it, right? Can it be heard in Japan? Chasing urban legends might be better fit than karate for you, like a paranormal investigator. Giggling, eh? I guess it looks like tingling if you stared at it for a long time. I'm gonna go supportive. Oh boy, we got a few tweets to go through, alright. Hey everyone, I'm planning to enter Robo 1 Worlds with a partner. He's a younger brother figure and I promise he has skill. I will introduce him very soon, so keep your eyes open. Apocalyptic sounds, aka mystery sounds, signify the end of the world. It was heard across the world starting in 2011. If I recall correctly, I've actually heard of that. Kind of just mysterious sounds coming from the sky, basically. But reported over wide areas from many people. If I recall correctly. I don't know if that's the same thing, but it might be. Regarding finishing that one job, because I was concentrated on it, I missed the auction for the Rainet book by Yui Koga. I will never forgive you. Never. Places heard: Kiev, Belarus, Florida, Michigan, New Jersey, North Bergenworth, Maryland, Scandinavia. The list keeps going. Every year the sound is confirmed in new locations. We have more members, but Gun Build 1 production isn't going any faster. If you take the lead convincingly, others will follow you. Work with Junchan, putting people where they exceed a required skill for a club president. If you really want help, pay us. I think he would say that. The sound itself is uploaded as a video. I got goosebumps listening to it. It was like a scream from a very large animal. Like the sound of a trumpet that declares the end of the world? That might be Dark Society trying to conquer space. I played 20 minutes, 5-0. And our responses. Okay. Hello from Space Candy. Mint flavored tasty candy. Space Candy is currently on sale, mainly in the Kyushu area. Uncle has a great vision as a businessman. I don't get it at all. Blog update: the dark relationship between XK and the media exposed from the Hug malfunction accident. I wish we could actually check those articles. Looks like Kurokane, the free journalist, is on a normal operation. Easy job to just scare people. I think Kurokane has the right argument about XK. The defense from the media is too awkward. Isn't XK, a company that got so big really fast, a great target for the media? Considering the media has been a little quiet about them recently. I don't get that feeling. Where did he get that from? They just can't move around as much because they don't have enough things to talk about. Hug users should be more upset about this. That'll make the CEO come out officially. What's up with the people defending XK? Are you saying to look the other way even though someone died from a hug? How much did XK pay you? Is XK that much of an influential enterprise? I get that they have a lot of advertisements, but I don't think they're big enough to cover up comments with this much pressure. Already have? Oh, absolutely, and it's only going to get more from there. 200, only just reached Act 4. Yeah, and again, it's only going to keep going up. Get yourself Vitality if you don't got it. You probably already got a Stone Golem, but if not, yeah, rock the Stone Golem too. Keep it rolling. So this is like I mean, I get that the commenters and like the internet is abuzz in the media world because they're functionally covering it up. Like, it's not entirely covered up, but they're definitely downplaying it. But also, one person has died from a hug that was made media aware. And they definitely mentioned like millions of people have them. Yeah, it's still not great. But like, but also like, I don't know, they specify that like only their people can like service the hugs. And they're very secretive about things. I don't know. I mean, obviously from a narrative point of view, I can probably assume they're up to some shady business. But like from a real world point of view, like, yeah, it's not good that one person died, but like, out of millions and millions of people who use this product that is basically strapped to your body, it's just a machine strapped to you. Controlling freedom of speech or having a mole is so out of date, they don't exist. Sonomiya, was it? That PR girl is showing up on media. Why don't you just ask her? Speaking of, I haven't seen Makise-san for 2 to 3 days now. Did she run away? Makise-san? Maybe she's just staying away from the bad PR. Alright, so there's all those. Man, I gotta drag myself all the way to her place. We've confirmed that it's about a 3-minute walk. Like 3 minutes. Yeah. Well, she lives alone. One death is actually impressive given the wide use. Yeah, Like, I'm sure it will probably come to light that there were more and they're covering up stuff. Like, maybe it's just one public one, but like, it's just weird. I don't know. If I go, I'm gonna be stuck with that weirdo genius, just the two of us. Imagining myself in that situation is enough to get me to cringe. This is gonna suck. I can feel all motivation leave my body. I leave Subaru to his business and walk towards the runway. I don't think we've actually taken a look at this area yet. And there seems to be nothing there. Okay. The sun is still high up in the sky. That's when I noticed Juna standing at the edge of the runway. The heat haze is making her look all wavy. It's kinda cool. She looks like she's standing in her school uniform, but in reality she seems to be doing some kind of kata. Is she bored? I don't blame her. I heard Akiho finally secured a sponsorship deal with Space Candy, but the money will probably take some time. I can't see Juna doing much for the club outside of maybe running errands. Akiho might as well lecture her about robots or something. Those thoughts cross my mind as I open up my phone droid. After talking to Irie the other day, I did a little bit of research on the Minamitane-cho local hall. I'd prefer to ask Mizuka-san about it, but she gets scarier than usual when I bring Irie up, so it's been rough. And so I decided to do my own research. As luck would have it, I got a lot more info out of my efforts than I expected. According to the registrar, the owner is Taiyo Development. Their HQ is in Tokyo's Chiyoda district. Minamitane-cho put the building up for auction in 2012 and they won the bid. Is Taiyo Development paying the bills? And if they are, to what end? Not to mention, it's fishy as hell that the Eggy system, Radar, Irie, and the rest have all just been left there. Maybe I should try calling and shooting them some questions. Or should I talk to Irie first? This is all getting super annoying. Man just wants to play video games, is forced to solve mystery. And why am I taking this all so seriously? Sure, there's a weird device in an abandoned building located in my neighborhood, and sure, it might be connected to an unsolved murder case. There's a part of me that wants to find out the truth about all the creepy stuff so I can finally relax. But nothing's going to change just because I get serious. Which means that all this research is just a useless waste of time on my end. And hell, I'm not big on thinking about tough stuff. I'd be better off using my own time to play Kill Ballad, right? Slack off on competitive games for even a little bit and your skill drops sharply. Plus, because I've been hanging around Subaru lately, I haven't been able to play much. And so I plant myself firmly on the hot asphalt of the runway and boot up Kill Ballad. In the middle of you could have gone to the grass, but jeez, look at this button masher. No attempt at Yomi either. I can't respect super low level play like this. You can't respect somebody just picking up a game and trying it? How dare you? What are you doing, Yashio-kun? Juna suddenly peeks at my phone droid screen. Her cheeks are a little damp, probably from exercising. I face the screen towards her. Oh, a game! And you? What were you up to? I can't imagine she changed her tags. Nope, same tag. Just practicing a kata. I know I'm supposed to be retired, but I've been practicing every day since I was a kid, so I have to do it at least once a day, otherwise I feel anxious. I'm guessing Aki-chan hasn't given you anything to do? Oh no, not exactly. You know that anime Gun Barrel? She told me to watch all of it. And I did watch some today, but I'm bad at sitting still and watching things. So she got bored watching anime and decided to practice her kata on the edge of the runway so Akiho wouldn't see her. Honestly, just watch it at your own pace. It's what I do. Your own pace is not watching it. Yeah, actually, I was watching while... Juna mischievously explains in a bashful tone. Since the data is stored online, as long as you have a connection, you can watch anime anytime on the phone droid. Even when you're hanging out at the edge of an abandoned airport runway. Can you please keep this from Akiho-chan? Yeah, of course. Juna seems relieved. You're always playing games, Yashio-kun. Don't you get bored? Do you get bored of karate? Karate isn't really something I can get bored of. Right, same for me. Oh, I see. I think I get it. Subaru calls for me from the hangar. Is he done with the adjustments? I was kind of hoping to get some more KB time in. I raised to my feet and let out a sigh. As soon as I get back to the hangar, Subaru grabs my phone droid, connects it to the M45, I keep calling it the M45, and begins to fiddle with it. The KB system has been updated. I've registered your phone droid with M45, so it should work now. I boot up Kill Ballad's system 2019 for my phone droid. The adjustments are nearly complete. Everything else will be your preferences, so let's deal with the minute settings. The control scheme is the exact same as the honorary prez's, except for one big difference. Commands for some unique actions have been added. That means there are about 1.5 times more commands. Even then, there's only about 20 moves in all, so it's still less than a KB move list. Remembering that will be a cinch. Please try moving it around. What about the pile bunker? I want to see the pile bunker! The president is already acting like she's in a studio audience. According to the command list, it's the same as the XL Impact, right? Oh, I had sent the command list to me earlier, so I'm already familiar with it. I swiftly input the command. Wow, it really moves a lot. Man, this pile bunker gets me right in the soul. You're a brat, but I gotta give you credit for the pile bunker. I thought you were more of a sword and hammer kind of girl, Prez. Whoa, whoa, do you want to get into it about super robots versus real robots? We can if you want to. Not a chance. Besides, the difference between the two is still unclear. Super robots are what I like because I'm cool, and real robots are what you like because you're lame. I can't be any clearer about this. Can you take this pointless debate somewhere else? But Subaru, you're the one that started it, Prez. Murgurger. We're close. Murgurger. It's not Murgurger, it's Murgurger. Totally different. Definitely gonna have to send that to Grim later, though. I ignore the two and input the pile bunker command one more time. And then cancel its recovery time and activate the other arm's pile bunker. It's smooth. Great response even via wireless connection. I can execute cancel commands without issue. Man, a fighting game person who's like okay with Wi-Fi? I mean, I guess he plays mobile, so I guess it checks out, but still. Also, why did this one take her 3 days? I guess it's got more commands. I was going to say the honorary prez took 1 day, and she had already done that. But whatever. I'm impressed as well. Who would have thought Furuguri could write a program of this quality in just a few days? I try executing the same command multiple times with slightly different timing. The input window might be a little too long, but that's really due to the fact that M45 is sluggish. Next I make it walk. Oh, it's walking! Our Tanagashi Machine 3 is way faster at walking. Yeah, this thing just stands in place and waits for you to come to it so it can murder you. Oh, really? Cool. Yep. Stop acting like you're the one that built him, Akiho. Well, refurbished, and paid for the refurbishing. Most of it. Besides, the basic build concepts are totally opposite. Prez was made for mobility, M45 for power. There's a dedicated command for M45's unique hip spin maneuver. The range of motion is about 330 degrees. Jeez, sorry. Apparently, since I can minutely control which way it twists and to what extent, I can really push it to the extreme. You can select the angle in 30-degree increments. This is a feature in place since before installing the KB system. I take it you can't rotate 360 degrees? Of course not, that'll tangle up the motor cables. He spits out his words as if he's looking down at me for being an amateur. If it gets tangled up at 360 degrees, wouldn't it still happen at 330? Huh, not at all. The problem is that if you allow it to turn 360 degrees, it'll be able to turn 720 degrees as well. Yeah. You spin it like a top, you got problems. Ah, I get it. If you can do it once, you can do it twice or more. Keep twisting like that and the cables get tangled. So that's why he stopped it at 330 degrees, to prevent it from doing a full rotation. Sorry. Very full of yawns tonight. Alright, I got you. What does he mean? We can just ignore the numbnut for now. He means it can't spin like a top. Let's try executing a series of basic punches, kicks, steps, and reversals. Even after getting familiar with the unit's capabilities, its sluggishness still feels awkward to me. Yeah, you're not used to playing brawlers. It's like I'm in the middle of a slow-mo attack. Is there anything we can do about its sluggishness? No, it's all about power. Purugori's program looks like it was designed for a faster machine, but that'd burn out the motors. It's an issue with the durability of the gears. We can't do much about that, so you'll have to get used to it. I'm sure I will after some practice. But personally, I'm way better at mobile types than I am throw types. See, my reaction speed is higher than the average person. I can capitalize on that talent of mine with a mobile type. Hey, why don't we have a sparring match against Tanagashi Machine 3, but we pilot both of them? I mean, a match using actual rules? Yeah, June will operate Tanagashi Machine 3. Why June? Okay. Wait, me? June is flustered by the sudden call to arms. I think it's best for her to try operating a robot so she can learn what the Robot Club is all about. Okay, that's a good reason. Tanagashi Machine 3 is easy to control, give it a try. I don't think she should. Wow. I agree with Ashio-kun, I think. An amateur like me will only hold everyone back. What? Why not, Kai? Wait, could it be that you don't want someone else taking your super important job? I never realized you're so proud of your work. I'm so happy. You're so far off the mark. Don't hold back, not even against beginners. You know this better than anyone, Aki-chan. If Jun-chan gets completely demolished her first time, she might end up hating robots even more. In terms of skill levels, you should be her debut match, Aki-chan. But if you insist on challenging the 5th best player in the world, I won't back down. Kai, I know you're concerned and all, but do you have to be such a prick about it? I'll pass for now. Juno looks like she wants nothing to do with this. Fine then, I'll be your opponent. By the way, if I win, you do me one favor. Huh? So you mean you want to have a legit match? Sure, I'm game. No matter how big the spec difference is, I know I'll never lose to Akiho. I know her habits better than she does. Are you okay with that, Subaru-kun? Just don't break the machines. Absolutely. She'll be the perfect opponent for you to get used to the machine. Hey now, my skills aside, let's not forget that Tanagashi Machine 3 is a Robo 1 champ. That lost to 10 years ago, you mean? He also placed second, losing to me. I mean M45. What are you saying? Please don't fight. Enough fooling around, Aki-chan. Hurry up and bring Tanagashi Machine 3 over here. Fine. Akiho pouts and enters the hangar. Why is she pouting? Alright, are you ready? Akiho and I are in position, facing one another. Each of us is holding a phone droid. There's a little guy. As if mirroring us, M45 and Prez are also standing across from each other, motionless. You're amazing, Aki-chan. I really do admire you. Why is that? You constantly get your butt whooped by yours truly, yet you never lose that confident look on your face. Maybe she's just got nothing going on in that hollow brain of hers. My brain is full of stuff. I rewatched the Robo 1 Grand Finals like 10 times already. I've analyzed M45 through and through. Enough with the banter. Let's get this party started. Hey, you're the one who started trash-talking me. Even though this is just a practice match, we've established some rules. Whoever knocks their opponent down 3 times will be declared the winner. That said, there are no ring-outs because we have no ring. For me, this is just a match to break in M45 with, but for Akiho, this is the real deal. Alright, let's do this. With a little fanfare, I began to march M45 forward. Come at me, bro. The Honorary Prez suddenly starts to change forms. You fell for it, storm and surge, blast the spirit! she starts with this hidden secret ability. Aki-chan, you totally just wanted to scream that out. It's way too easy to dodge a tackle at this range. Besides, the Tanagashi XL impact, once activated, can't be turned off. Yeah, that's cheap. You're not supposed to dodge it. June, stop it! Stop it with your hands! What? Run after it! As the honorary press zooms further and further away, Juno finds herself chasing after it in a panic. Come on, Aki-chan, take this seriously. I really wanted to win, and then that happened. Are you aware of the purpose of this match? This is strictly so Yashio-senpai can get used to operating M45. I know. Ooh, I got it. Despite running pretty far, Juno doesn't seem the least bit out of breath. At least she's in good shape. One of the four of them is. That said, she's holding the robot in the most clumsy and nervous way possible. Easy, easy. She's also way too cautious about she's setting it down. She's even making noises. You got some fast legs, June. That's the karate club for you. You might be the fastest out of all of us. Almost certainly, actually. I don't know about that. No, probably. What's your time in the 50-meter dash? 8.2 seconds, I think. What about Kai and Subaru? 9.5. 8.9. Wow, you're wicked slow, Subaru. And what about you, Prez? Who cares about my record time? I know for a fact that it's an awful 14 seconds flat, but I remain quiet. To be fair, the both of us can't exactly sprint due to our medical situations. There's not much we can do about our speed. From now on, whenever we use the Tanagashi XL impact, we'll have June run after it. Huh? Or you could aim it towards the hangar. Anyway, let's get this party restarted, Kai. Can you take this a little more seriously this time? Geez, fine, okay. You could point it at the hangar, you could have her stand behind him so that she'd be in a position to try to stop it. Honorary Prez, now in its original form, inches forward, shaking all the while. The asphalt is pretty bumpy, so it might be difficult to retain its balance. Are you sure you want to come at me head on like that? Speed is power. I guess I'll practice some of M45's throws. To master a throw type, one must first understand its range. If you can't get that down, you're a lost cause. The M45, of course, is equipped with several different throw commands. Not only does it have a long and short range throws, it can also throw from upper, mid, and lower body positions. This helps to expand the amount of strategic options the operator has. It also solves the issue of enemy size. Frau really knows her stuff. Too bad about that personality of hers. Whew. To try and get a feel for M45's range, I try inputting a lower body throw command while far away. M45 leans forward slightly and stretches its arms out to grab the honorary Prez's legs. But as expected, the move whiffs. Fighting game lingo, meaning to mess up and miss with an attack. A complete miss. The Prez is still way out of range, but now I pretty much have the range down for the long range throw. Ha! Slowpoke. Aki-chan, if you got time to trash talk, you've got time to attack. Ugh. You don't have to tell me. Go, Tanagashi Machine 3! Yup. By the time the Prez starts moving forward again, I've already recovered into a neutral position. The honorary Prez approaches defenselessly. The command. Akio's struggling with the command input process. What's the point of even having the KB system installed if she's like this? She finally executes a command and attacks with a close-range lariat, but I counter with a mid-body throw. M45 grabs both of Honorary Prez's arms, leans against him, and knocks him down. Aww. Prez gets smashed underneath. That's 1 point for me. Yeah. Subaru pulls apart the tangled robots and stands them up again. It's funny, when we fought at Robo 1, this little guy's throw range felt massive. But now that I've given it a shot myself, that's really not the case. Man, is that absolutely the case for, like, grapplers. Like, playing against Potemkin is like, you can grab from anywhere. You're a machine that just, everything is grabs. But when you actually play Potemkin, you're like, oh no, the grab range is actually really tiny. It's just skillful making it seem bigger. That's because you fell for my trap way too easily. When I fought with M45, I always spread its arms out as a taunt. This helps me fool my opponent. Its arms are long compared to standard heavyweight units. This makes them appear even longer than they are. That's what that taunt was about. In that case, should I work that into my strat too? Please do. There's a dedicated command. You've got a dedicated taunt command, you bastard. Oh, the taunt command! So that's what that's for. This guy's thought of everything. Can't believe he built a dedicated taunt into his bot. Let's give this a shot. Once the command goes through, M45 spreads its arms out, its body rocking gently. I got you now! After circling around to M45's side, Prez enters its range. How dare she try to attack while I'm testing out a taunt? Super needs to shout Buster during matches? Oh, of course, yeah. Yeah, not a copyright name, just Buster. Still not a bad strat. Jeez, Aki-chan, I don't think you were so cheap. So much for building a giant robot of justice. You think nobody ever attacks during a transformation sequence? Taboos are meant to be broken. Take this! Also, hey Ark, how's it going? Welcome to Viperland in the chat. Prez's arm comes scooping up at M45. Thanks to the recovery time from the earlier taunt, I can't dodge. Instead, I twist M45's body 90 degrees and face it back to the Prez. Then smoothly transition into using the pile bunker. M45, on the verge of toppling over from the uppercut, still manages to use its pile bunkers. What? Their tips strike the asphalt. The recoil from the pile bunkers manages to push M45 back up. That's almost cheating. So it gets uppercutted, turns towards the ground, pile bunkers itself back upright. It then makes contact with the Prez, almost like a headbutt. Both robots topple down, M45 on top. What the heck? What a weird move. That's another point for me. In Robo 1 rules, that's a legit knockdown. A fascinating use of the pile bunkers. Did you come up with that yourself, Yashio-senpai? Yeah, I guess. I wouldn't have been able to come up with it in 8 frames, though. It's all about Yomi. If I incorrectly predicted Aki-chan's uppercut, that all would have been pointless. Is he talking like Oki? I got lucky. Tuna stands both robots up first as she smiles wryly at the frustrated Akiho. It's impressive how much you've mastered M45 in such a small amount of time. What's this? Subaru's actually complimenting me? What's gotten into him? If nothing else, your game technique is top class, Yashio-senpai. Yeah, he's literally top 5 in the world. He's good at it. Is that supposed to be a compliment? If only you had a little more passion for robots, the Robot Club wouldn't be as rotten to the core as it is now. Well, I've never been the best in the world at making robots or robot anime. I've got no chance there. That's why I'm not interested. I want to reach the top using my own skills, and there just so happens to be KB players I want to beat. Surprisingly easy to understand, right? So of course I'm going to enter Robo 1. I'm going to aim for the top spot. I can take it with my own skills. I was right to ask you to be my operator. I don't quite understand your logic, but I do respect... Subaru's words stop abruptly. He's looking past me over my shoulder. It looks like he's seen a ghost. Ah! Oh no. I turn around to find a man I've never seen before standing by the abandoned terminal. Can't scan him. What a rugged dude. Though he's dressed pretty gaudily. He walks on over with a big stride. It's as if he's exuding this unnatural aura. This dude's definitely pissed though, I have no clue why. He looks like the type who would punch you in the face if you said anything to him. That's the kind of old-fashioned look he has going. You know, back in the olden days where if you said something to a person, they punched you in the face for your arrogance. Who's that? I glance over at Akiho, but she just shakes her head in confusion too. Daitoku-san looks just as dumbfounded. I guess nobody knows him. Nobody? No one. Well, aside from one exception. There's one club member who's currently trembling, and it's Subaru. So I guess one club member knows him. He steps back once, then twice. He looks like he's about to run away at any moment. As a result, his foot gets caught on the honorary prez, who just happens to be standing on the ground. Oh no. Why? Subaru, do you know that guy? Subaru. Oh, we can scan him now. Aha. Authorized IRUO users only to view this profile. Please send a request for approval, of course. I mean, it's smart. Oop, wrong way. I wanted to zoom out. I don't think we have any other tags, though. Did we have any new mail? Today it was a test run for the plastic bottle rocket the young worker F-Kun made. It was a success and flew about 50 meters. The team gave a big cheer. We would like to launch a real rocket into space, too. This isn't the same as a Zaku. The theory of it being the 7 trumpets that signify the end, written in Revelations, was debunked. You hear it more than 7 times. I wonder what it really is. Time to sleep, but before that I gotta watch the Tenyu DVD, which is like my sacred book. Gonna get the feels. I got so excited by it, my nose starts bleeding. You guys need to watch more 3D. 2D is good too, but 3D has its own good parts. Random bloody nose means you're working too hard. Go see a doctor. Congrats, I guess. Your life cycle is way different than most students. Are you eating right? Skin and bones isn't a great look. I'll go with that one. Keep it to yourself. Chorus. I mean, I don't know if I'm even fit to be club president. I was assigned it by default. Folks from Tokyo say strange stuff, kind of surprising. And that's us. Alright, cool. We're good. Subaru. The old man is now so close that we can hear his voice. He calls out to Subaru. I guess they do know each other. Nah, I doubt it. Subaru, on the other hand, is not having a good time. He's frozen, crestfallenly hanging his head low. There's nothing but despair in his face. The older man completely ignores us and steps right in front of Subaru. Subaru keeps his face down. Maybe he's scared of making eye contact. I have a hunch this guy is Subaru's old man, but I don't intend on trying to confirm that for myself. Me, Akio, and Juna can't do anything but watch what's about to unfold from the wayside. Excuse me. What's the meaning of this? It's not what you think. I mean, if he thinks it's you playing with robots, it's exactly what he thinks. Then what is it? Then what is it? Don't just stand there, say something. Excuse me. I was playing with hobby robots. The older man swings one of his massive thick arms, and his fist digs deep into Subaru's cheek. Oh, great. Subaru's knocked to the ground with incredible force. Jeez, he just punched him. It's during this tense moment that Akio dares to speak to the man. Akio, don't do this. All you do is make things worse. This isn't being brave, it's being reckless. I don't think anything good can come from... Oh, Prez, please stay out of this. 25% CG completion. There you go. Akio's reckless intervention is stopped in its tracks by Subaru's words. This has nothing to do with you. But... Subaru staggers to his feet. His lips are cut open, bleeding a little. You promised me that you'd never play with these toys ever again. And you broke that promise. I did. Explain yourself. You wanted me to... My dream. Speak up, boy. I couldn't give up on my dream. Dream? How old do you think you are? 8? Judging by this conversation, that guy is definitely Subaru's old man. It's hard to believe that this rugged dude ripped from the Showa period and this snarky intellectual are related. So this is about Subaru playing with toys? Is this why Subaru was hiding his identity by disguising himself as Mr. Pilates? Do you understand why I'm upset, Subaru? I'm asking you a question, boy. Because I'm still playing with hobby. As you went behind my back and broke our promise, damn it. You said it yourself. You said you'd throw away all your robots. You said that you'd follow in my footsteps as a fisherman. I mean, fishing's great, but... Was that all a goddamn lie? Answer me, boy. It wasn't. And what the hell is this? How long have you been hiding this from me? 2 years? 2 years? Ripped out of Yakuza, yeah. He's definitely a guy who has challenged Kiryu and lost. 2 goddamn years? You've been lying to me this whole time. Who the hell do you think you are? It all happened so fast, there was no time to stop him. Subaru's father grabbed M45 and smashed it into the ground as hard as he could. The Robo 1 champ. The machine that Subaru worked so hard to build. The crumpled remains of M45 sat still on the ground, its arms and legs bent all out of shape. This piece of shit. I mean, if he knew how much money he just smashed on the ground. Subaru's father then tries to smash it one more time with his foot. Akio desperately grabs onto his leg. Yeah, at least he grabbed the right one. Please just stop. Oh, Akio, you still can't read the room, huh? Always acting reckless. He might look like a toy to you, but he's alive. He's filled with Subaru's feelings. So please, don't destroy him. It's just too sad, please. Hurting him means hurting Subaru too. To be fair, that is exactly his goal right now, Akio. Prez, please don't get involved. This has nothing to do with you. But you're part of the club. It means we're friends. We share a deep connection, clearly. When you get home, you're going to explain all of this to me. Come straight home. He angrily swipes Akio's arms away from his leg and leaves. So, there you have it. I'll be heading home now. As for M45, dispose of it at your convenience. How can you say that? I'm done. My dream is over. Excuse me. Subaru starts walking, his head still hanging low. He really intends on going home just like that. But, you know, Akio. After wiping away her tears with her wrist, Akio calls out to him. You'll come back to the Robot Club, right? Right? Subaru doesn't turn around or answer her. He just leaves. I can't imagine what kind of conversation is about to go down in his house. Subaru will probably just accept everything his father tells him. Heck, it looked like he knew it was all over once he was caught. I'm so sorry I couldn't protect you. Akio sits down in front of M45. She gently caresses its damaged body with her fingers. Can we maybe fix it? Have you developed some affection for robots too, Jun-chan? Well, I don't really understand it completely yet, but my dad once threw away a stuffed animal that I really treasured, and I remember being really sad about it, so I feel like maybe this is kind of similar. Yeah, I think so too. Remember, Jun, Japanese people tend to see spirits in everyday objects. I bet that's also related to why robot anime has been popular in Japan for so long. I see. That's definitely a popular belief, but you shouldn't assume that everyone feels that way. We don't know how attached to M45 Subaru really was. It'll be easy to fix, just ask Doc for help and it'll be good as new in no time. His sign does say Robot Clinic after all. I mean, he donated most of the money, so... Which I still don't get why he... Well, he wouldn't bring it to the household even though the household needed it, because that would be admitting that he stuck with his hobby that he swore not to stick with. But now he's already been caught and he could just be like, hey, I made more money than you. But no, there's no way that would work either. Also true, robots are just cool. Unlike humans, hobby robots can be fixed. But even if we fix M45, I don't know about Subaru-kun. Huh? What do you mean? When your spirit is that broken, it can be hard to recover. Also, hey 7th, how's it going? Welcome to Viper Land in the chat. How are you doing tonight? Alright, yeah, I know that all too well. And thankfully, text-based games make it difficult to lose your way. I bet Chuna's thinking of her time with the karate club. For me, I never stopped playing games even after Misane bodied me endlessly as a kid. Misane was the Dark Souls of friends. I glance at Akiho. She's crouched down with her hand pressed against her chest. Aki-chan, are you having an attack? She doesn't answer. Akiho-chan? Don't worry, she'll be fine. I help Akiho up by embracing her shoulders. All the life is strained from her face. Her eyes are staring off into the distance. Her entire body is powerless, left at my mercy. I guess all this fuss took an emotional toll on her. I place Fink into her hand and she weakly grabs onto it. Jun-chan, just take a deep breath and calm down. Oh, okay. Chuna does what she's told and takes 2 deep breaths. Anyway, Aki-chan will be back to normal in about 30 minutes, so could you do us a solid and go buy us some drinks? I'll pay you back later. Just grab a skull and a fruit sour melon. Make sure the skull comes in a bottle. Okay. Despite being on the verge of tears, Juna nonetheless runs off to buy some drinks for us. Time to call Akiho's house and have them pick her up. I look down at M45 lying still on the ground. I guess I'll store it in the hangar after I send Akiho home. Subaru told us to toss it, but there's no way I could just throw it away like that. It's just, I guess going to the Robo 1 World Tournament isn't happening anymore. With those thoughts running through my mind, I watch as the sun sets and the sky turns purple. Even he's like, I can't just throw that away. Came out here in this pouring rain, but Mizuka-san seems even less energetic than usual. Yeah, it's a rainy day. People usually have less energy on those days. Skull white, sour melon. Yeah, didn't think there'd be anything new there. Let's check to Twippo. Sorry about yesterday. Commuting by bus because it's raining. It's leaking? Call the manufacturer. It's gonna make them fix it today. I'll pay a good amount. Only my enemies would soak my PC. Rain is the enemy. Oh man. If your room is leaking, that's bad. If it's leaking under your PC, that's awful. Also, 1 second. There we go. This rain is just a gloomy parade. Don't think you need to feel responsible. I wonder what'll happen to the hobby robot. You cried too much yesterday, Aki-chan, though that's kind of normal for you. I feel like the type of, like, joking jab is probably how it would go. Been thinking about yesterday. Was karate a dream of mine? Would I want to continue even if Dad hit me? Would I want to continue if I had to lie to him? Maybe I just did from force of habit. Habit! Ah, I feel like crying! You said you were sad quitting karate. Doesn't that mean something? If you really hated it, you wouldn't feel that way. Before you start talking about dreams, let's start with your typos, lol. I don't think they're close enough to be talking like that, but also, it would be funny. You continued on even though it was a forced habit, right? I think that has value regardless if it was your dream or not. We'll go with that one, but that's a little tempting. Played 5 minutes, 1-0, time to go. Jeez, this is annoying. Vice Principal dropped the hammer, but it's not like we got complaints at the school. I think it's a family problem, so why do I, the supervisor, have to get scolded? Oh man. Pro tip, oops, should zip my lips. That's the best way to go, lol. He called the school. The apocalyptic sounds heard all around the world is an omen of the world's end. There's a lot of them posted on YouTube and Nico V, so take a look, crazy sounds are playing. It has started. The cause of it hasn't been elucidated yet. I live in Saitama, but I heard that sound nearby too. I heard a loud sound from the other side of the mountain. Friends heard it too. Is this because of the sun's activity period, or is it from the electromagnetic waves? Best pro tip, yeah. I don't think you should blame the sun's activity period or electromagnetic waves for everything. Sounds like a broken record. It was heard before 2012, right? Then it has nothing to do with the solar disturbance. It's revelations. This is the sound of trumpets that state the end of the world. A solar disturbance will come soon and Earth will be destroyed. I don't think it has to do with the solar disturbance, but when I see videos, it really makes me think that we are in danger. The world really might come to an end. It doesn't sound like an earthquake. What is it, really? It's a UFO! A UFO is here! Pork beef? No, it's the works of a Tengu. If you think logically, isn't the line about it sounding like wind going through a huge hole or tunnel sound right? Alright. Did you get the information I asked you about yesterday? She usually grins at me with confidence, but today she just gives me a deathly glare. Yesterday I came here alone on the way home to voluntarily torture myself in the name of our passion accord. I wanted to know why Subaru's father hates hobby robots so much. Should I come back another time? I've already got the info. Izuka-san is clearly in a mood. She was looking sour yesterday too, but I insisted. I kept expectations low, but I guess she takes this job seriously. You're trying to help Aki out again, right? Well, sorta. This isn't for Subaru, the club, or because I want to go to the Robo 1 World Championships. At the end of the day, my greatest motivation comes from wanting to support Akiho. Despite how I act, I really do want to help her achieve her dreams. Like, I'm not actually helping, but I want to. I just don't want to help her directly. So at the very least, I do this sort of behind-the-scenes follow-up so that she can pursue her dreams smoothly. Aki's a lucky gal. I don't know why you seem so jealous, but keep that up and people are going to call you an old bag. I'm so sorry, I didn't say anything. Please forgive me, looking beautiful as always. The death glare she gives me is enough to make me backpedal immediately. Izuka-san sighs and gazes off into the distance. The father wants his son to inherit the family business, the usual tale. She suddenly starts filling me in on the details. Subaru's old man is Himuro Hidaka. He's a fisherman. But his kid told him that he wanted to study robotics. That was back in middle school, by the by. So in response, he took his son's toy robots away. One of these old-fashioned dads, huh? He reeked of old-school Showa yesterday, and I guess I was right. But didn't Subaru place third in a robot tournament during middle school? Yep, at Robo 1, third place is mighty impressive for a middle schooler. The robot boom was well underway, and Robo 1 was on the fast track to world recognition. Lots of participants, too. Since middle school, Subaru was good at tinkering with robots, but when he graduated, his dad put his foot down. After that, Subaru lost all interest in robots. In fact, he seemed to hate them altogether. I'm sure you and Aki are familiar with his attitude. I do recall him being weirdly hostile towards both Akiho and the Robot Club. But now I get it. He never really hated robots, he just acted like he did, even though he was still fascinated by them. Maybe that was his way of appeasing his father. I threw away all my robots, eh? He was refusing Akiho's invitation to join the club because of the promise he made with his father. But, because deep down he wanted to keep playing with robots, he disguised himself and entered Robo 1. Damn it, Subaru. Why does his father hate hobby robots so much? He was probably frustrated that his son seemed more interested in robots than he did with the family business. That's so unfair. Yes. It's not rare, though. I bet there are lots of families like that. There aren't that many parents who are supportive of their kids' dreams, nor are there that many kids who can rebel. Guess not. Oh, by the by, not only does he hate robots, he also hates rockets. What? Because they kind of sound alike? Izuka-san cracks her knuckles ostentatiously. I really need to watch my mouth today. Lest I not make it home in one piece. Fishermen may not be very vocal about it, but they're not especially fond of JAXA, you know? The Fishermen's Union and JAXA talked it out before the Space Center was built and are currently on good terms, but not all fishermen think the same way. Why would there be conflict between the two? Kai, you live in a cave. If you're a resident of this island, you should know these things. But I don't come from a family of fishermen. Izuka-san sighs in my face. So, a rocket launches, right? Then, after liftoff, something detaches from it and falls, right? You mean the booster? The hell if I know the details. Obviously that thing falls into the ocean, so as far as the fishermen are concerned, they're a nuisance. Fishing is banned on liftoff days too. Oh, I get it. JAXA seems to be acting in good faith, but unfortunately, Hidaka-san's family isn't convinced. Well, what does that have to do with hating robots? Nothing, but apparently the reason Subaru became interested in robotics was because of a seminar JAXA held about robots. Ah. Clearly. Wait, that's it? They're practically unrelated. Yes. I guess to common folk, robots and rockets are all the same gobbledygook. Robo 1, was it? It's not uncommon for people here to mistakenly believe that event is run by JAXA. I'm guilty as charged. When I first heard the name of the event 10 years ago, I thought so too. So that's how it is. Then, in that case, isn't this an easy-to-solve problem? Inherit the business and become a fisherman, but still mess with robots on the side as a hobby. Bam! Problem solved, no? Sounds about right, but I don't know. Maybe there's a bunch of emotional junk complicating things. Emotional junk, eh? His dad even said as much. He wasn't mad about the robots, he was mad that Subaru went behind his back and lied in order to continue. Yeah. It's easy to be like, I'm not mad you did it, I'm only mad you lied, when you forced him to promise to give up his dream. At that point, like, it's easy to try to take the moral high ground and be like, it's only because you lied to me. It's like, he lied to you because you forced him as a middle schooler to give up on his dream without a choice in the matter. A promise made under duress like that is not a promise. That makes this messy. I doubt this is something an outsider can fix. If anything, a punk like me getting involved would only make matters worse. I feel bad for Akiho, but it's probably not worth the trouble getting Subaru back in the robot club. But, Subaru-kun is a fisherman. He's so lanky and weak-looking. I can't see it. I can't stop myself from laughing a bit after drawing a mental image of future Subaru in my mind. Oh, we don't get to see that image? She was in the way. An old emotion drifts by in the back of my mind. It's bittersweet, causing something deep in my chest to tighten up. As soon as I close my eyes to try to get to the bottom of these feelings, the truck I'm riding in rocks back and forth and comes to a turbulent stop. There are no other vehicles in the parking lot of Uchugaoka Park. It can fit about 50 cars, but this place rarely fills now. A few years ago it would be packed with people on launch day. Alright, we're here! Cheers! Also, your driving sucks as usual. Hey now, I'm going the speed limit. Yeah, so how's your driving so goddamn rough? I open the passenger door. I then place my feet flat on the ground. As I slowly transition my body weight to my lower body, the Hug's motor activates and stabilizes my balance. It's nice out now. Kinda feels like the rain from earlier was all just a dream. Right now, the sunset proudly dominates the sky. I give myself a good stretch. The scent of rain and soil tickle my nostrils. It's been a while. I rarely step outside on rainy days nowadays. I can imagine if you have literal robotics strapped to you that wandering outside, unless your name is Sam Porter Bridges, in which case, go ahead and do it. The air is cooler than usual, but that moistness still lingers around my skin, and it's a little annoying. I stand up and begin walking. That said, they must have made those weatherproof, that'd be such a massive failure of design if they didn't make them weatherproof. The Hug unit equipped on my legs sounds louder than usual, perhaps because the park is dead silent. Still, the Hug's drive noise has dropped a ton over the years, so says Takagi, my Hug engineer. Here you go. Michi catches up with me and hands me his phone droid. I grab it and take a look at the screen. So, IRUO. It's already up and running, understand? Even I can tell that much. Michi and I have known each other since high school. Even back then, he was a condescending prick. I believe it, I can't even begin to count how many times I've kicked his ass. Good. But even then, I just can't bring myself to hate him. You think we'll really see one? Pro tip, ghosts only exist in our hearts. They're a reflection of your psychological state. Yeah, whatever. I feel like that's also the correct response to him. Just, yeah, whatever. You can't hate him, but he'll sure make you want to punch him. That's Michi in a nutshell. Having known him for 10 years now, I've long since grown tired of actually reacting to everything he says. I'll be borrowing this for a bit. I stand still, hold the phone right up to my eyes, and scan my surroundings with the IRUO. Righto, I'll be waiting in the car. Feel free to head on back when you get bored. Roger that. I see Michi off through the IRUO screen. I then scan my surroundings once more. The reason I'm here is because I'm looking for that girl. The ghost that Kai claims to have seen. I've heard those rumors before, but I didn't think it had turned out to be Irie. I first learned about her 9 years ago, but I haven't seen her since, and I didn't want to. After my legs got disabled, I dropped out of college and came back to the island. It's a tiny place. I've had plenty of opportunity to see her again. I mean, I could easily just make excuses since I'm an analog person who doesn't even own a tablet. So what am I even doing right now? What do I intend on doing when I find her? I don't know. Gosh, what am I doing? I laugh at myself and turn in the direction of the local hall remains. There she is. Very subtle. We make eye contact. I forget to breathe for a second as I stare at her. It's as if she's standing there, tangibly like a real person. On top of that, Irie looks at me and happily smiles, just as she did 9 years ago. Hello! That single word is enough to shake me to my very core. It's been 9 years since we last met, yet here she is casually greeting me like we just saw each other yesterday. Would you like to hear the weather? Tomorrow's weather, July 18th, for the Yakushima region of Kagoshima Prefecture, Tanegashima, will be sunny. Strong eastern winds with a high of 30 degrees and a low of 25 degrees. Wave height is expected to be 3 meters. They haven't changed one bit. Her innocent smile, the fact that she likes talking about the weather. Her looks, her height. In fact, it scares me how little you've changed. After seeing her again, I finally realize that I've wanted to express a single emotion that I've kept bottled up for 9 years. Hey, Irie. Have you been stuck here for the last 9 years? Stuck? I don't quite understand. Are you happy right now? Irie doesn't answer. She tilts her head, waiting for me to speak again. Hey, Irie. Something deep inside my chest stings. I look up as if to escape Irie's honest gaze. Can you disappear? I don't know if this is out of jealousy or friendship. Back then, now, this girl has always been in the way. Okay. It's freezing. The moment I set foot in the sea of filth, I get chills. Well, you gotta keep your rig cooled somehow, and keeping the room cooled will do that. I instantly have goosebumps all over my arms. I momentarily hallucinated that some foul and restless malice was lurking about, but no, it's just legit cold. Also, no tags for the computer. I guess why would she? Huh? Did someone take M45? It's not at the hangar. Wait, 30 minutes, 5-0. I don't see it. I haven't seen it either. Today's a slutty day. A boy's coming over. Dude, what kind of arrogance is this? Might just push him down. It's a powerful tweet. Sorry, twip. Shut up. Wow. Gejine does not like her at all. Well, I prefer watching two boys go at it from the sidelines, but only one boy is coming. Going to go look for it. Can't find it. Stolen? No, that's not possible. It's broken. Basically, no one knows the real identity of Pilates. I don't want to think that people on the island stole it, but it is the winning machine. There might be people who would buy it. Calm down a bit. Maybe you're overlooking something. Don't jump to conclusions. There aren't any signs of somebody sneaking around in the hangar, right? The odds of it being stolen are 0%. We'll go with that. Kojiro-san, I don't think you should post things like that. It's never gonna stop her, though. Hello from Space Candy. Just found a candidate for our company's campaign girl. Thinking about ways to expand public relations. Oh, before that, I have to officially scout her. And that's it. No big news. Also, we should probably save, just 'cause. It's been like an hour. The windows are shut tight and the AC is on full blast, spewing cold air. Man, this room is nuts. It's a legit fortress. I'm surprised she reorganized or more like remodeled it to this degree. I helped carry luggage when she moved in, but there's even more stuff here than before. It also got messier. Who needs this many monitors? Everybody. I feel like there is no number of monitors that is enough. I have 2, and there are different times where I was like, man, if only I had a 3rd monitor, I could just move this over there. And I'm sure if I had 3, I'd be like, if only I had a 4th monitor. Like, it doesn't matter. There's never going to be enough. The correct amount is whatever you have plus 1. That will always be the correct amount. How many does she have wired up? Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. They're the only light source in the room. The screens are looping Kill Ballad demo gameplay.
Oi,
Hey, Kona-chan! She's the one who invited me, but she's nowhere to be found. She answered the intercom, so she's got to be around here somewhere. That said, it's super dark, so even if she was right in front of me, it'd take a sec to notice her. Hello, world! Excuse me. All of a sudden, a hand burst forth from the mountain of trash in front of the monitors. Jesus, that scared me. Save the horror movie stuff for the screen, please. Upon closer inspection, the hand didn't emerge from a mountain of trash, it came out of a mountain of blankets, which is way better. I imagine the owner of said hand must be wrapped up in them somewhere beneath. You should lend me a hand, SMH. The slender hand opens and closes repeatedly. It's kind of like the hand is talking. Creepy. With no other choices available to me, I grab her hand. Hand holding. You invited a boy over to your room, and now you're holding hands? Oh, you're freezing. Your hand is way too cold. I guess that makes sense, considering how freaking cold your room is. I pull on Frau's hand and stand her up. Otsu. This girl has completely abandoned her humanity. I mean, I feel like just... No, it's fine. When I first saw her on the plane back from Kagoshima, she was dressed a bit stylish, just like a Tokyo girl. I don't know if her zero desire to go to school makes her more or less pure. How about turning the AC down? You're worried about me? But I refuse. I prefer it to be cold anyway. If it's too warm, my PC will overheat. See, I knew it was about the PC. Seriously? Her eyes start to wander about rapidly as she whispers to herself. I really don't like how Frau does this. I can't keep up. Oh, right. Rosetta, what's step 1 when it comes to hospitality? Rosetta, who's that? Got it. Frau slowly opens one of the blankets she's wrapped in, folds it up neatly, and places it at my feet. Here you go. Is this supposed to be a floor cushion? With no other choice, I plop down on it. Step 2. Snacks. I bought a whole crate of Pocky. Or Pokey. Do you want anything to drink? Is it just me or is she talking to herself even more than when I last saw her? Got any warm drinks? Of course not. What? Are you telling me to sit in this cold-ass room without any kind of hot drink? I think there's corn soup. I mean, it's hot. So you do have something. I'll go with that. Boiling water is a pain. This is the worst. Not that I expected to be able to hold a conversation with someone who has such low communication skills. Frau's been acting restlessly for a while now. How about sitting down? Oh, thanks. Prompted by my suggestion, Frau sits herself down right in front of me. Do you know why I'm here? To confide and rape me? What arrogance is this? She really is just absolutely female, Daru. 18-plus Pishoujo games that were popular from the late 1890s to the early 2010s, featured mainly on the PC. Even though it's called a game, you mostly just read text on screen. In the game, you grow closer to the main heroines of the story until you experience sexual events with them. While at its peak, over 1,000 titles were released from publishers, and despite its 18-plus content, anime was made based off the games, which created a cult following. Nowadays, Phone Droid's popularity has made the market die down and moved to creating apps instead. Excuse me? Ignore what I just said. For the cheater hunt. Swoosh! Despite having just sat down, for some reason, Frau abruptly stands back up. She then immediately sits right back down. That was, my surprise pose. which means she totally forgot about her deal. So it looks like I won't be going to the Robo 1 World Championship. I have some spare time on my hand now, and I remembered I still hadn't held up my end of the deal. In exchange for Frau creating M45's program, I was supposed to help with their cheater hunt. Those were the conditions we agreed upon, vague as they might have been. I came here of my own volition. I'd prefer to not interact with our club's newest member, but not repaying her means she'd be shadowing me forever. Tonks. Huh? Tong? Hmm? Thank you very much. You should have just said that from the start. Senpai, are you a Terra sadist? Oh, but when Senpai bottoms, I totes get the whole "this sucks but it feels so good" thing. She's very strong Daru vibes. Thin book with 4 eyes win. Internet slang used in the aughts, used mainly to talk about doujinshi featuring 18+ content. Could you maybe lay off the whole magic incantation thing for a bit? I haven't the slightest clue what she's talking about. Anyway, give me the details of this cheater hunt of yours. Are you okay with text? Nope, you can use your words. You're the one who told me to come here, Kona-chan. I'm not good at explaining things. That's fine, I have time to spare. Frau thinks to herself for a while, then sighs deeply. Looks like she gave in. Can you bring up the Kill Ballad leaderboards? On my phone droid? Sure. Got it. Frau leans up against me and peers at my phone droid. Considering how much of a train wreck she is, I thought she'd smell like sweat, but she doesn't. Well, I guess she wouldn't sweat in a room this cold. Kona-chan, that ruffled up hair of yours looks like it would stink. Wanna sniff it? Try and keep your smell fetish under control. I do understand the feeling, though. Please don't. I don't have a smell fetish. My hair is as hard as steel. It's too hard to brush. You're trying to say you don't brush it because it's too much of a pain? You could always brush it for me, senpai. See, that's the rookie mistake. As somebody who used to have considerably longer hair, you can't let it get to that point. You gotta brush it fairly regularly so it doesn't get tangled and turned into one giant clump of hair, because getting that out it's gonna suck, and it's gonna hurt. I know my current hair length is not much, but in high school and early college I definitely had like mid-shoulder length hair, so it's happened before. And why would I do that? It'd be a pain in the ass for me too. But this is your chance to run your hands through a girl's hair without breaking the law. Without breaking the law. Does she want me to touch her hair? Just continue the explanation. Frau clicks her tongue a little, then points me at my phone droid's screen. Ah. So the top 5 in the leaderboards. I thought all 5 of them were cheaters until last month. It's true that the top 5 have been anchored to their spots for a long time. Normally, ranks like this move around a lot, even at the top, but I think KB's hasn't moved for over half a year. Excuse me. So to an outsider, it looks especially suspicious. But at the very least, I know I'm not a cheater. Show at number 5 is me. Also, Tagrin at number 4 isn't a cheater either. A friendly reminder that Tagrin refers to Tagringer. How do you know? Once you reach my skill level, you just know. It's like a gut feeling, kinda? I'm not sure. Plus, I still think Tagringer is Misane, which means there's no way they're cheating. Your gamer intuition whispers to you, I totes get it. Word choice aside, yeah, it's sorta like that. Chinibyo Utsu. Literally 8th grade syndrome, a term referring to a mindset exhibited primarily by teenage males, also used as a derogatory term to refer to older people who still exhibit this mindset. Characterized by an affected attitude of nihilism or cynicism, extreme self-centeredness, delusions of power or superiority, and a consuming fear of being treated as a child. The person exhibiting these symptoms believes that they are cool, but most observers find them pathetic. Chunibyo, which is often abbreviated Chuni, also refers to the fictional trope that teenage males often enjoy, such as ancient conspiracies, superpowers, especially powers sealed in a character's eye or arm, Norse mythology, battles for the fate of the universe, etc. The consummate Chunibyo case will work such elements into his or her own personal backstory. 2010 was the golden age for this behavior. Doesn't Steins Gate take place in 2010? Yep, it was the golden age. She barfs out some more words and grins. I'm just gonna ignore her. Above Tagrin on the rankings is an iron fortress. An unbreachable wall leading to another world. I fought the top 3 dozens of times up until now, but I've never gotten a legit win. Number 1, Takano Ai 1998. Number 2, Hanasono 1991. Number 3, Bubble 1983. If my instincts are right, these 3 are cheaters. During my matches with them, I've seen them do impossible maneuvers. Agreed, I checked too. It's even more suspicious how all 3 account names follow the same pattern. They all end with a 4-digit number, probably a year. These 3 could be connected behind the scenes too. Maybe they're all sharing the same cheat tool. It's certainly a possibility. Either way, our first target should be these 3. Wow, okay. So, what's the plan? You just have to fight them in a match, senpai. I made an analysis tool to detect cheats, so I'll run it during your matches. You could also fight them. If they use cheats, it'll nab evidence. Why wouldn't she face them? But okay. Cheaters these days are getting really advanced. They don't leave much evidence behind. So in order to ban someone, the administrator either has to guess or there has to be legit evidence. Short for banishment, means prohibited or not allowed. To forcefully shut down a person's user account due to them continuing to break rules even after receiving multiple warnings. Excuse me. If the administrator just banned the top 5 rankers based on a guess, people would stop playing KB. Yeah, probably would. I'd be mad if, I mean, not that I'd be in top 5 ranking them, but still. The trust between administrator and user would completely collapse on itself. Players would fear getting banned just for doing something the admin didn't like, so they'd just leave the game. On the other hand, cheaters get to do as they please by taking advantage of that trust. I'm not a fan. Furthermore, if the cheaters are hogging the top spots, I'll never be able to reach the top, ever. So, I just need to fight them in a match? Does it matter if I win or lose? No problem. Everything will be fine even if you lose. If I can win, that'd be awesome. But they're using illegal tools. That's not an easy mountain to climb. Hell, out of 100 matches, I could maybe, just maybe take 1? By the way, how am I supposed to fight these guys? I only run into the top 3 every once in a while. Can't you just wait till you get matched with them? No plan, huh? Can't help but sigh. Can't you, the game creator, sway that a bit? Gaze out at the evening sun from the abandoned hotel's hallway, all the while sipping on corn soup. This is my 3rd one. I've been waiting outside that stupidly cold fortress room for a match. Almost 30 minutes have gone by and still no luck. My phone droid has been wired to Frau's machine, so I can't kill time by playing Kill Ballad. I asked her to either turn off the AC or bring the equipment outside, but she refused to do either. How selfish can she be? Not changing her entire room around for you. I gulp down the rest of the soup and decide to go back into that freezer of a room. God damn, it's cold in here. Did we get matched up? Frau is sitting cross-legged on a blanket. She lightly shakes her head back and forth. I grab my phone droid, still attached to her PC. I then wrap myself in a blanket and look at the screen. Our opponents aren't even online, so... Whoa, are you telling me you didn't even check beforehand? My bad. You want me to wait for an opponent that might never even show up? Then there's no guarantee I'll even face them, and if we do somehow get matched up, if they kick me, it's over. Game lingo usually used in online play, when the host forcefully boots the player out of the room. The main reasons are bad manners, dodging matches, or to remove laggy players. I can't believe she went into this without any kind of plan. I can. She may be a genius at writing code, but she's completely inept at everything else. There really is a paper-thin difference between genius and idiot. Can't you just load that cheat analysis tool into my phone droid? Then I wouldn't have to wait here. Basically, I want to go home. I could, but I refuse. Why? I want you to do it where I can see you. There she goes again. Does Frau actually want me to take care of those cheetahs or not? In the end, all we can do is wait. We naturally go silent. It's awkward, but I don't feel like I have much to talk to Frau about. It's better this way. There's not much to talk about. She has only created the game you spend most of your free time playing. I can't imagine you having anything in common whatsoever. At all. In any way. Though I suppose the silence is making me feel a bit restless. Is she really okay with this temperature? If I stayed in a room like this with bare shoulders, I'd definitely catch a cold. Yet Frau doesn't appear at all cold. She just munches away at strawberry-flavored pokey like a squirrel. It's kind of sketch being alone with a girl like a year younger than me in a dark, abandoned hotel room like this. Is it? Both of you seemed fine by it. What have you been doing for meals? I get them from the convenience store with the hard-to-read kanji. Ah, the Irai General Store. Mizuga-san's place, eh? It's only a 10-minute walk away. Here. She offers me some poke. I take one and bite down on it. Is this your main food? Frau nods her head up and down. Ah, jeez, I feel like in a few years somebody's gonna find a skeleton in this room. Can I play Kill Ballad? Of course not! My phone droid is continually looking for a match against the top 3. Apparently she added a tool for that. By the way, this island is way too laggy. Yeah, I know. I don't disagree. I was shocked when I went to Tokyo. You're terror amazing for making it to the top 5 in this lag. To be honest, I always thought this was the norm. Once you get used to it, it's no big deal. Once you get used to the massive lag. I think I'd actually be weaker in a lag-free environment. I mean, hell, my win-loss record was awful in Tokyo. Man, you really are the creator of Kill Ballad, huh? Yes! I'm Frau Kojiro, the genius programmer. Too easy. Real? Since we have some free time, how about telling me some dev secrets? Gulp. For reasons unknown to me, she pretends to swallow loudly. I'm not asking for, like, top secret info or anything. I doubt there's anything like that to begin with. Senpai, what machine do you mean? Gunbarrel. When Gunbarrel's shoulder parts break off, the driller's speed gets a little faster. Ah, you mean the activation time? By about 2 frames, right? You noticed? Also, after using it, the block stun is also shortened by 1 frame. Oh, I had a feeling that was the case. I see. So it really does reduce block stun. It's a trap that lets you link your ult into a combo. Game lingo, short for ultimate, a super powerful move in video games. Only available for use at certain times, like when your HP is low or a gauge fills up and you click a special command. Damage is higher than regular moves and you can go for an upset win. Wait, seriously? That makes a huge difference. No, the input timing is crazy narrow and you can only cancel it after the 3rd hit, right? If it whiffs or gets guarded, it won't connect. This might turn the driller from a simple chipping tool into a major damage dealer. Maybe I'll try coming up with some tech using the driller as the main attack. That's one hell of a hot tip. You ain't the creator for nothing. But wouldn't the development side normally make something like that public? I forgot about it. As someone who runs one of the most popular games in the world, she sure is lazy about it. Also, it's not like you need that kind of detailed info, Yashio-senpai. Oh goodness. You have amazing abilities, like Chunibyo level craziness. Amazing abilities? I watched the Robo 1 match. Mine? No, someone else's while she's talking about you. Frau nods once. In the grand finals, your reaction time. Ah, you mean slow-mo. Slow? Slow-mo. It has an official name, but I call it that. Some other videos have also been up to Nico Video. A video sharing platform that started their service on the internet in 2006, known as NicoVid, or Nico. A known characteristic of the platform is how they show anonymous comments from people while a video plays. Videos of Umishoshi's KB fights, the matches where you have crazy reaction time. Those are online? Maybe my opponents have been tossing them up. It is true that I've had slow-mo activate during matches once or twice. I don't want anyone to get the wrong idea. Those are attacks I get, not some sort of special ability. It just happens to work perfectly in the situations where you need it to. 3 lines. Huh? Explain in 3 lines. No way. I don't want to talk about it. What are the activation conditions? Are they voluntary? I want to click my tongue. Frau seems to think my attacks are like a super move that can be activated by inputting a command. I told you they're attacks. I can't use them at will. That's the wrong way to describe them. Attacks that give you super high reaction speed went out of fashion in anime 10 years ago, BTW. But if you can legit use it, that's amazing-tastic. Could you stop making light of this? When I get an attack, I feel like I'm about to die. I wish that didn't happen. Don't talk them up when you have no idea how much they suck. If you keep bothering me about them, I'll make it so that you can't live in this island anymore. I kid. If I spread rumors, I could make her an outsider at school, but she'd still be able to live here, duh. I just wanted to get her to stop asking questions. But instead, Frau leans up against me. Then how about we humiliate each other? She whispers to me without averting her gaze. While I sit there, baffled, she slides into the blanket wrapped around me. She's pressing up against me. As expected, Frau's skin is super cold. We'll both share a secret that we can't tell anyone else. The secret of we shared a blanket. It was cold. We shared a blanket. What are you? Do you know why the last episode of Gunveil was never aired? Oh. It's not about the blanket then. That's right. Akio's told me this story time and again. Despite the show's 3-year run, the final episode got cancelled out of nowhere. Even now, nobody knows how it ends. Does Frau actually know? I couldn't care less. No, I'm serious, although I'm sure Akio would jump at the opportunity to hear it. Talk about it on the net and you'll get hit with restrictions, your comments erased, pressure put on you, for real. A stereotypical conspiracy theory. Why would info about an anime episode get restricted for years? There sure are some folks in the world with a lot of free time in their hands. If that's what you want to believe, then I'm sure that's the case in your head. Right back at you. So? The reason the final episode of Gunveil never aired is that people involved with the production suddenly died just before it was scheduled to air. That's an unsettling rumor. And it wasn't just one person, it was at least 13 people. What? Right afterwards, the director went missing. What the hell is this girl? So people started suspecting that maybe the director was the culprit. Lols, right? For some reason, Frau starts snickering like she's holding back outright laughter. Who suspected them? The survivors, of course. Not the police? The police were pressured to keep quiet about it. The mainstream press, too. Huh. You heard this little rumor on the net, right? Are you telling me you actually buy into this junk? People from Tokyo always brag about their net literacy, but I just want to tell them to look in a mirror. The skill of protecting yourself from various dangers on the internet. In 2010, net literacy, yes to no, in Japan meant being able to comprehend information from multiple angles. Happy music's just deployed clearly. It must be. My real name is Kona Furuguri. If you read the characteristics for Furuguri differently, you get Koguri. Huh? What's she suddenly talking about? The name of the director of the Gunveil anime was Minami Koguri. My mama. Ah, what did she just say? Wait, hold on a sec, are you being serious? I can feel Frau nod ever so slightly. I'm the daughter of a murder suspect. This is the legit truth. I've been looking for her for almost 3 years. I only recently got a lead. I found out where Mama was last seen. Here on this island. That's why I moved here. Whoa, hold up. Nobody asked to hear all the deets of this crazy heavy story. This is like a form of terrorism. She's forcing me to hear her confession without giving me a choice. Well, the point was to, like, I tell you a secret, you tell me a secret. Or this could be Frau making up some ridiculous story, and she just made the lie seem believable. Very likely. Regardless, I feel like this younger girl has held all the cards in her hand since we first met. This is dirty. Frau seems calm for someone to just reveal that her mom might be a murderer. She hasn't shed a single tear either. Why? Because it's a lie. This is all BS. I've never heard anything about the staff dying or the director being the suspect. Even Akio, the maniac, never mentioned it. You're telling me that the killer fled to Tanegashima of all places? None of it makes sense. Which is exactly why there's no need for me to play along with any of this. To be perfectly honest, you're really weirding me out. I don't care whether it's the truth or not. I'm gonna pretend you never told me anything. I don't want to get involved with more drama. I smile insincerely. When I try to push Farah away from me, she grabs my arm inside the blanket. Excuse me. Her grip is tight, so much so that her nails dig into me. Not only is it dark, but she's hanging her head, so I can't tell what her expression is. But no matter how much I try to get her to let go, she won't. In fact, her grip only tightens. The pain starts to get intense and I can't endure it any longer. Ow, 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 ow! I end up groaning in pain. Just then, the matching success sound plays from my phone droid. Farah raises her head in surprise. She immediately lets go of my arm. Here's my chance. I hurry out of the blanket and look at the phone droid screen. It's Bob Lee, rank 3. Named Robot for Mobile Battle Gunbarrel and Gunbarrel Kill Ballad Online, piloted by Varl Western, the only cart trooper with a long-range shooting skill. Here we go! If I recall, I have 5 wins on him, but I also have over 30 losses. My win ratio is terrible. I only got those wins through luck. Bob Lee uses Sniper. Yeah, I know. Sniper is a long-range sniper type. Unlike Gunbarrel's hand-to-hand style, weak CQC but strong long-range offense. Oh, he plays a zoner. Ew. The troublesome... I totally play some zoners too. The troublesome thing about Bob Lee's Sniper is how astounding his sniping abilities are. Fan sites on the net give him the nickname Precision Instrument. Precise doesn't even come close to describing his skills. They're abnormal. This guy likes matches on the city map. Urban combat is full of obstacles, but he can snipe precisely through the tiny gaps in those obstacles. It doesn't even matter how fast I'm moving around. There's no way that kind of precision is possible using the naked eye. He normally lands 3 hits during a match, so you can't write it off as dumb luck or intuition. That's why I suspect that Bob Lee is a cheater. He might have an overhead view of the whole map, or is using cheat software like an aimbot or something. Just to confirm, I don't have to win, right? Correct. Just fight them. Think you can win? If I can close the distance, I can make mincemeat out of them. But if it was that easy, I wouldn't have 30 losses against them. Well, I'll just do what I can. Immediately back hops. All the way. Alright, enough buttons. Hey! Did it! Put a command without making a mistake in a ranked match. I missed a trophy earlier on. You know, the Robo 1 match, I screwed up a command. Ah, how's that? Your cheats ain't got jack on me. How embarrassing. I pumped my fist into the air. Excuse me for getting excited, but I usually can't beat this guy. For some reason, Frau was staring at my hands. Kona-chan? Senpai, can I lick your fingers? What the hell? Are you an idiot? You have such beautiful fingers. I have a hand fetish. Of course, so she makes mobile games. Bet she made it so it turns the camera on and sees people's thumbs the whole time. TMI. Tokyo girls are scary. I don't think perverts like her. I didn't think perverts like her actually existed. Anyway, did you get the analysis done? Of course, I'd put my virginity on the line. That's a weird way of saying, yes, I got the analysis. For just a second, I hesitate on how to react. In games, I can come up with a perfect response within 8 frames, but in real life, to this? I guess I'll just ignore it. So, did you get any evidence? Brow starts fiddling with her phone droid, but her movements quickly stop cold. Grrr? Did something happen? I know I was monitoring it, but there's no traces of any cheating. Seriously? Did I mess up? Rosetta, look into it. Can someone explain who Rosetta is? All green? For real? What about the Tokyo team? Brow starts scratching at her so-called hair as hard as steel. Nobody could confirm that Bob Lee was cheating. What do you mean? I had people from my circle in Tokyo checking online too, but nobody could find evidence of cheating. Then Bob Lee isn't a cheater? I was so sure of it. Maybe, well, I mean, you won this time, so maybe he's not cheating now, which is why you won. He might have cheat technology that doesn't show up on my analysis tool. So he has more advanced tech than we do? Well, I mean, there could be actual monsters in the world who have natural talent on the level of cheats. Hell, even my slow-mo got confused for cheating by Frau. While I personally don't want to admit that Bob Lee isn't a cheater, if there's no evidence, I have to accept reality. That leaves Hanasono at number 2 and Takanaue at number 1. But it's getting late. I'm going home for today. 2 and 1 aren't even online, right? Frau tilts her head puzzled. Seems like she's not satisfied with these results. I'm the daughter of a murder suspect. I recall her dangerous confession from earlier. It's like it never happened at all. Personally, I prefer it that way. Thus, I leave the room without saying anything else to Frau. When I exit the hotel, Akio just happens to be standing out front. Conveniently. Ah, Kai! What are you doing here? I was wondering where you were. You were with Fraubo? Pretty much. I was holding up my end of the bargain. You were alone together? I suppose so. Akio suspiciously eyes me. Also, yeah, some amount of time has passed since, the last Twippo check. There aren't any signs of somebody sneaking around at the hangar, right? Oh, it did that one. Guys, I need topics to talk about when alone in a room with a boy. Hurry, I can't help it if something happens. I'll go ask Fraubo, too. Then maybe— oh, that's why. Then maybe Subaru took it home? Also, where are you, Kai? I see your scooter, but I don't see you anywhere. Oh, good luck. Okay, yeah. That's why she's here. Space candy and nothing there. Alright, cool. What? Since when did you become such a playboy, Kai? Do I seriously look like one? Nope. You only care about games, after all. You know me all too well. I know you better than you know yourself. No chance. Why not? You're the one always saying you know me better than I know myself. Because it's true. Fine, whatever, I don't care. So, were you playing games in Fraubo's room? Pretty much. She offered us that program, so I gave her some of my time in return. Although, to be honest, I'd prefer to play games over hanging with that perverted shut-in. Thought you said you were playing games. I was playing games. By the way, do you think I could talk to Fraubo now? You? About what? Nothing in particular, I just want to, you know, deepen our relationship. I have a few pieces of advice for you. The AC is on way too high, so it's stupidly cold in there. Also, she's a pervert. What's that supposed to mean? Exactly what you think it means. Well, whatever, you come with me. She's trying to force me back into that frozen hell? No way. Akio ignores me and pushes the intercom button. No answer. She's in, right? Yep. She presses again. Kona-chan seems pretty busy, so she's probably ignoring the intercom. I'm gonna be blunt. I don't like this one bit. Let's just go home, Aki-chan. I gave Akio a reassuring pat on the shoulder, but she's clearly dejected. How is it that we still have all these new members and yet the Robot Club still doesn't operate like a club? Shouldn't we be all friendship, passion, victory, or something? Considering 3 of our 5 members have serious personality issues, you should probably give up on that. Needless to say, I'm including myself in the 3. I'm glad that he at least recognizes. He very much is like, yeah, no, me too. Okay, well, summer break starts tomorrow. Don't get lazy. Excuse me. You have less than half a year until entrance exams. This summer is the most important time of your young lives. Time to check the phone. You know, the real important stuff. Ooh, the time has come. Summer break starts tomorrow. Hype! Gotta savor the perks of being a student. Depending on what courses you take after high school, this may be our last long summer break. Such a kid, Aki-chan. Yeah, savor the perks. It's so cold. Doesn't feel like I moved to the tropical area. Why is this island cold, huh? But I like it. I like the cold. Heat to heat. Sun should just disappear. It sounds poetic, but I'm serious. That's the AC. You're gonna catch a cold if you stay in that room. I see. Just your room in the rooms in the southern hemisphere. Wow. Cold in the summer. Was the Frau Kojiro I know a different person? Where's your real body at? Summer break? Cold? Where are you, Frau Bo? I gotta ask Subaru about M45. It's bugging me. Oh, that's our responses. Pro tip. Yeah, it's summer break. Listen up. If students are on a summer break, then so are their teachers. Remember that, and don't bother me. Kids are starting summer break tomorrow. It would be nice if a lot of tourist families visit the island. Technicians working at JAXA are all basically otakus of certain subjects. People like that love to talk about whatever projects they're involved in, especially stories about rockets and space. Kids love them. Please make this a meaningful summer break. That's all I have to say. And so the first semester comes to a close with our homeroom teacher Kobayashi's words. Good grief, like I needed to be reminded of my impending doom. I'd managed to completely forget about entrance exams up until now. My classmates start leaving to head home. Now what should I do? It's not even noon yet. Guess I'll play a ton of Kill Ballad. Hey, Kai! Or so I thought, but Akio walks over to my seat. I think this summer break is going to be super important. She clenches her fist to stress this. Don't tell me we're actually going to study for entrance exams. No, there's no way she'd ever say something like that. This is Akio we're talking about. It's got to be related to robots. We only have half a year before the expo. If we don't make big progress this summer, we'll never finish in time. Yep, see? Told you so. Aki-chan, didn't you hear what Kobayashi said? I did. Why? Forget I mentioned it. Like, you're not going to study either. I guess that means you've made up your mind. That's actually pretty cool, to be honest. She's basically saying she's ready to wait another year to apply to college. So are you, though. So anyway, disregarding schoolwork, Kai, maybe we should go check up on Subaru. The day before yesterday, he had a huge fight with his old man. Needless to say, he didn't come to club yesterday. Oh, excuse me. I think we should leave him alone. Just shush and come with me. Akio grabs my arm and forcibly stands me up. Good grief. I thought you and him were on bad terms. Why the sudden change of heart? I'm the president of the robot club, duh. So basically you're just excited to have something president like to do? Heh. Wow, she literally just laughed it off. No, I'm not just excited, I swear. It's more like a 3-7 ratio in favor of concern. The excitement end is surprisingly high. But really? Then let's say it's 2-8 and call it good. I'm not sure that's how this works. Did Subaru come to school yesterday? Nope, he took the day off. Yikes. Considering M45 disappeared from the hangar, Subaru must have taken it, so... We took a look in the second year informatics classroom. About half the students are still hanging around. Akio asked from the door. Is Subaru Hidaka here? Some students look at each other, others shake their heads. A boy, the class rep, answers, he's absent today. We give our thanks and exit the classroom. Sitting before us in the courtyard where our clubroom is, the courtyard where our clubroom is. I sit down in my reserved seat in the shade of the tree. Akio paces around the lawn like she can't settle down. This is bad. This is real bad. This is also a spot we haven't been to in a while. No. I don't think we got anything. Subaru might stop coming to school at this rate. You're overthinking things. I brush her off, then take out my phone droid and prepare for some Kill Ballad. At this rate, I'm gonna have no other choice but to rush his house. It's my responsibility as president. I wouldn't recommend that. You're just gonna cause more trouble. Besides, going to his house means confronting that stubborn father of his. There's zero chance of winning. Then what should I do? Things will turn out the way they turn out. After dropping some knowledge on Akio, I boot up Kabbalah. It's just gonna happen, whatever. The stars look like they could fall out of the sky at any moment. Even if I lie down in the middle of the path, I doubt anyone would find me. My surroundings are pitch black and I totally melt into the darkness. It's summer break, so I have plenty of free time. After school, I headed to Uchugaoka Park and put in some major KB time. The sun is long since set. Next on the news, Exoskeleton Company's helpful unlimited gear, the Hug, has had its second rampage fatality. Two fairly close to each other. That's less good. According to a new MPD investigation, there have been 105 Hug rampage incidents in Japan in the last 3 years. Okay. That's way more than 1 or 2. Got it. Yeah, okay. I had left a video stream running on my phone droid. The news is on now. As soon as the Exoskeleton Company is mentioned, I reflexively start to listen closely. Of these, 23 accidents caused serious injuries to the Hug user. The MPD will be consulting with XK and investigating whether or not this was caused by serious safety flaws. This number only accounts for accidents reported to the police, so it's expected that the actual number will rise. Additionally, foreign investigative agencies have now begun their own investigations into the matter. This is expected to impact the sales of Hug units, which saw an explosive rise in recent years. We now have comments from the Exoskeleton Company's Public Relations Officer, Mikase Senomiya. Yes, our company is currently investigating the matter as well, so I cannot offer a definitive answer. There are those on the internet that are saying your Hug is too dangerous as a medical care machine. Your response? Hugs are created with many overlapping safety standards. Only units that have passed all tests are offered at retail. We receive excellent ratings from safety inspections around the world, not just in Japan. We take this seriously and our prayers are with the victims. We'll be working to figure out what the problem was. The company president should come out and hold a press conference. Are there any plans for that? It's currently under consideration. We'll be taking any measures to put restrictions on sales. This is also under consideration. According to data from some research organizations, there have already been at least 10 Hug-related deaths worldwide. So how can you just sit back and say it's under consideration? At least 10 people are already dead. You're basically selling murder machines. Say something. Crying won't get you forgiveness. You're their PR person, aren't you? You need to answer the question. Whoops. Concerning that matter, we'll be holding an official conference at a later date. We're done here. Wait just a minute, I still have questions. How will you be compensating the family? Did you know there are lawsuits concerning the Hug engineer system in America? Please say something for all the concerned Hug users out there. Senomiya-san, are you running away? Yes, actually, it seems. I feel sick and turn off the news. Rampaging Hug accidents. Actually, that reminds me. The topic has been trending on Twippo since the early evening. I can imagine it would be. Cold in the summer. What's the Frau Kojiro I know it do? Oh, we said that. Tonight's dinner. Croquette. Kill Ballad Patch version 3.22 information. Been getting questions regarding the conversion system. As I posted multiple times before, please understand that the benefits from conversion is only in the looks. It will not affect the stats. Basically, it's an outfit change. Get it? Little brothers are full of energy since they have a day off tomorrow. They want to stay up late. How come they have so much energy left? Energy! Alright, I like that. Energy. Energy. I don't know why, but I like that one. Don't start staying out as soon as it's summer break. Isn't your last summer as a high schooler? Why don't you spend it wisely? I mean, he's spending it doing what he enjoys, so how is that not spending it wisely? Oh, I thought he said Twippo was full of news, but I guess it's a hot issue in the Tokyo area. To people like me living in the middle of nowhere, events that take place so far away barely feel real. As always, Tanegashima is peaceful. It's not hard to see how people start to feel like things that happen in Tokyo are events in a different world. But it starts to feel really strange when those events involve people you know. Misane's got it tough. As a PR person, she's appeared in all kinds of forward-facing media. It makes sense she'd be the target of ire. I get tired of the Twippo discourse around the incident, and also the ex-gay guy who cut off reporters at the end. Turned into this dumb argument about whether he's Misane's lover, bodyguard, or the true culprit behind it all. Japan sure is a peaceful place. I think that might have been the first time I've ever seen Misane cry. I've known her for a long time, but to me she was always strong, perfect, and composed. I never thought this would be how I'd first see her cry. I have mixed feelings about it. There's something about seeing someone you know cry that makes you feel guilty. I hear something. It's an unpleasant, painful sound. Again? Honestly, I'm starting to get hungry. I should just head home. But I might as well take a look around before I bounce. A slight buzzing sound just barely reaches my ear. I trot over to the radar tower and whip out my phone droid. Is she around here somewhere? Well, you know, just hovering. It's her. What's she doing standing there? It's too dangerous to climb the radar tower, so I decide to go up to the town hall's second floor. Doesn't take long to get up there. The wind is strong, but naturally Irie's clothes are unaffected as she stands at the top of the tower. There's an icon shining on her forehead. She must be Gejine right now. Verification test in progress. Reporting test number 2924. Presently, Japan Standard Time, year AD 2019, month 7, day 19, hour 19, minute 17. No change in status. Report of verification test number 2924 complete. So, Irie can turn into Gejine on her own? I guess that's a dumb question. Ah, big brother. She found me. Before I knew it, the icon on her head is gone. Do you want to know tomorrow's weather? Tomorrow's weather, July 27th, for the Yakushima region of Kagoshima Prefecture, Tanegashima will be sunny with northwest winds. Typhoons number 4 and number 5 are currently active on the Pacific Ocean, so please be on the lookout. Thanks for the useless info. It's the weather, it's not entirely useless. How is it useless? Were you making that buzzing sound? What was it, the Eggy system? Yes, that's correct. I do it once a day. Huh? Doesn't seem to be causing any harm, so I'm not too concerned about it. It is creepy though. Determining the value of continuing some dead guy's experiment isn't my place. It's Taiyo Development's problem now. Someone like me who just lives nearby isn't going to change anything. I sigh and look out towards the ocean. It's too dark to see anything, but I know the Tanegashima Space Center, TNSC, rocket launch pad is there. On a clear day, you can see the giant VAB and large-scale rocket launch site from here. When they still launched rockets, all the aircraft warning lights shine so you could spot the launch site at night. What do you always look at? Huh? I've been watching you since 9 years ago. The whole time? Yup, basically every time you came to the park. Sounds like surveillance to me. I only watched you when you came here. 'Cause you couldn't leave here, but you know. You used to come all the time, on average once every 2 days. There were times when you came in a group of 3, a pair or alone. But lately, all you do is play games on your phone droid. Up until 2 years ago, you used to always look at something. Even in the evening and at night. What were you always looking at? Rockets, yep. It was always the same thing. I wanted to be an astronaut. Astronaut? You mean a person who goes into space? But nobody's ever gone to space from the Tanegashima Space Center. Yeah, I know. Manned rocket launches barely exist now. Russia and France send folk to the ISS, but NASA focuses on unmanned stuff now. Fiction. The International Space Station. Yes. Definitely, totally fiction. Japanese, created by American, Japanese, Russian, and European space agencies, flies at the height of 400 kilometers off ground, and revolves around Earth about 16 times a day. Countries have launched astronauts to ISS and tested experiments while staying there. In 2015, during the so-called Crash of 15, ISS had a majority of its functions destroyed. It is currently unmanned, and right now they are debating who will repair it. Ah, that's why it's a little different. But you know, any boy who grows up here dreams about becoming an astronaut at some point or another. I'd always watch rocket launches from here. That bright light rising into the sky, a roar that shakes the air itself, it got my heart racing every time. When I thought about how we were connected to distant space, I felt like anything was possible. I've already given up on that dream, though. Well, maybe that's the wrong way to describe it. It just naturally faded into the dark, I guess. Started having these attacks at a young age, and rockets stopped being launched from here. It's been 4 years since the last launch, huh? Funny how it felt like forever. Over the last 4 years, you only ever visited the park alone. On occasion, you visited with Akiho, but those instances were very rare, less than 1% of the total. I'm not sure when it became this way, but to me, this place... where I used to watch launches, where I used to imagine rockets soaring through the air with a smile. It changed into a place for me to chill and play games. Even when I close my eyes, I can no longer picture that beautiful sight of rockets flying off into the heavens. Ah, you're back. Aha. Don't know if there would be actually anything new here. Still blue there. I could zoom so far in. No, guess nothing there. Nada. Feel bad for Senator Mia. She should take a vacation and come back to the island. If so, I'll let her treat me out, since if she's on TV that much, she must have a lot of money. Pro tip, get treated out by the ones who make it big. Think of it as a promo gift. It's the worst. Played about 3 hours, 37-4. Had a lot of close losses. Big Sis's News is uploaded everywhere. Do you like high school girls and neats that have trashy rooms? I still don't know how to take out the trash. I mean, when is a butler with Four Eyes Butler gonna knock on my door? Hurry up, can't control what'll happen. Such a mess doesn't look like it's only from this month. Way too much junk. Whether a butler or cleaning company, you should get it cleaned, even if you have to pay. You got money, you can do it. Hey, I try to clean up what trash I can whenever I visit. Why do I get paid for it? That one. Want me to clean your room? Ganging up on her with so many people, making her cry, then uploading it to the world because you think it's funny? It's too cruel. Saw it too, made me sick. One of these two. We're gonna go with this one, like... You're so nice. Gets me wet. But I refuse. I won't forgive the people who made Big Sis cry. I want to go to Tokyo right now, you big jerks. Oh, sorry. Those are our responses. That's that. No news. Okay. Huh? What are you doing here, Aki-chan? Akio is standing in front of my house. For a hot second, I thought I accidentally went to the Senomiya's, but no, this is definitely my house. After club activities, we'd gone home together and parted ways before sunset. If you gotta ask my folks for something, you should have just gone in. There's light shining through the windows. I don't know if Dad is home, but Mom is for sure. No, it's nothing like that. I just noticed the light wasn't on in your room. I dropped in and saw you weren't home, so I was about to head back, but you just happened to show up, so... Wanna come in? If you haven't eaten yet, you can chat down here, though I have no clue what's on the menu tonight. Croquettes. I know. It's fine, really. That's not why I visited. Ah, okay. While I park my scooter in the garage, Akio silently kicks stones at her feet. Does she want to talk about something? If that was the case, she could have just hit me up on Twippo or given me a call. So, did you come here to announce that you're dissolving the robot club or something? Of course not! And what? Is it about Misane appearing on TV? Bullseye, huh? How'd you know? Are you a mind reader now? You're just too easy to figure out. She was really on TV, huh? Yep, and she cried. She sure did. Did she contact you? No, she didn't. Nope. Did you try to contact her? Nope. I see. Well, I mean, every time she's tried to contact her, it hasn't worked, so... Should I? You could at least send her a message. I doubt she'll respond, but... I guess. Yeah, okay. I'll try sending one. Did she really come all this way just to get my approval? I was watching the news and thinking just about how far she is from here. It's another world, right? Akio goes silent again. If she was in her usual high spirits... Now show those reporter jerks what's what for making Misa cry. My gun barrel's super duper punch will do them in. Yeah, no, that sounds about right. She probably says something like that. Yeah, that's all. I'm going home. Is that really all you wanted to say? Yeah, it's only a 2-minute walk, right? No biggie. Guess not. But she still could have just called. Oh, right. Summer break starts tomorrow, but club is still on. Got it? Tomorrow is a Saturday. The robot club cares not. If you're not awake in the morning, I'm coming for you. Have a good night. Akio lightly waves her hand, and walks away. I smile bitterly as I see her off. Good grief, you sure do love Misane, don't you? You got that right. I can only hear Akio's voice coming from further down the dark street. Summer break! The last one of my high school life. My precious, valuable summer break. A month and a half long, promised paradise. Or that was what it was supposed to be. Instead I have to come into club. And check, social media. You're collecting the tissues. They used to blow my nose. Creepy, but I don't mind. Hey, don't say things so problematic. Hey everyone, hope you're enjoying your summer break. However, be sure to finish your homework first to savor your precious break. A promise from Mr. Pilates. I know it's sudden, but I have important news. Today, Mr. Pilates will be retiring from Robo 1 and will no longer be entering any tournaments. Unfortunately, I'll be pulling out of Worlds as well. To everyone that was supporting me, please forgive my selfish decision, but I cannot fight anymore. Robo 1 will keep on moving forward. A new hero will arise, become the warrior who surpasses me. I think it'd be true, but lately it has been. Barely, but still. By the blessings of the 7 goddesses, I arrived from 400 light years away. I am Mr. Pilates. Farewell. I could work on Gun Build 1 all day. There's nothing better. You really never get tired of it. Don't push yourself too much over it. Looks like yesterday's rage has subsided. I'll go with that. Ouch! What happened? Read hashtag as Shota tag, fantasized an adult man hugging a Shota, then got a bloody nose, imagining the adult man getting attacked by the Shota. Currently here. What? Pilates, thank you for everything. I promise to get to the setting sun. I promise to the setting sun that I will never forget your brave figure. I don't think I can do club activities today. Sorry. I feel bad for Subaru. Don't push yourself. Oh, that was us. Duh. At TNSC, we hold a faculty tour every day. It is summer break, so come visit with your family. Huh? We have a Pilates in our club? Everyone else working to actually maintain his secret identity. And he's just like, Pilates is one of the 5 people in our club? Wow, that's crazy. 4 people. Well, 5 people. I don't think he knows about the 5th yet, though. Blog updated. Crying only works when you're still a student. PR officials who don't understand that shouldn't be allowed. Don't bully Mikasi-san. Kurokane should die. I'll never forgive the people who made Mikasi-san cry. Crying Misakichi was cute too. I get the chills. You guys are screwed up in the mind, lol. Maybe they're mistaking that PR girl for an idol or something? Their responsibilities as a company to explain what's going on, not knowing just because your PR won't cut it. That's basically bullying. It was a picture of media legally bullying a girl in her 20s. Talk about vulgar. It's XK CEO's fault. He should just hold a press interview and explain about the accident. TBH, the CEO should just quit. The media shouldn't target that girl and should go interview the big heads of XK instead. Everyone is really brainless. If Mikasi-san didn't force herself to answer those questions, she wouldn't have had to dig her own grave. No comment was the way to go. Hey, have you heard of the hug dance? People that are wearing the malfunctioning hug move awkwardly like a puppet. Looks like a dance. Huh? What is that? That hug dance, if you actually see it, I heard it's pretty rough. Joints bend in the wrong direction and carry out movements a human just can't do. Great. Real dogs picked. Yeah. It's because the hug forces movements that go against the will of the person wearing it. I don't want to be involved with that. A dance, what a horrible joke. A high school hug user fell from the 3rd floor due to a hug malfunction. Luckily, he escaped death. Rumor is that the classmates who watched it happened posted that it was like a dance. Mr. Pilates' sudden retirement announcement. No! Pilates-sama, come back! It's a lie. Retirement is a lie. Oh, speaking of, Pilates-kun is sleeping next to me right now. I can't stop crying from the shock. I'm happy because I hated Pilates. Pilates-sama, you were my prince. Please be happy even after retirement. I will not accept it. I won't accept that I can't see Pilates anymore. Don't lie to me, Fuji-san TV. Pilates retiring? Are you serious? I mean, he posted it himself. Pilates quitting as a winner, not fair. Now, this means that the next winner will be Tanegashima High. What's going to happen with the World Tournament? Who's going to enter? Sato Maru? Tanegashima Shin 3? Maybe he was thinking to end with the World Tournament? I mean, he entered, right? He should make it his last hurrah. At this point, I want him to show his real face. He has to be handsome. Maybe I'll get drenched when I see his face. My dreams of playing Kill Ballad to my heart's content sink deeper into the ocean. Poor guy. Oh! Hey, Subaru. And for some reason, Subaru's in the hangar. Subaru, you're alive! Aki-chan, do you even hear yourself? Good morning. His greeting is even colder than usual. He looks bored, sitting on a parasol chair while drinking a can of coffee. Hey, is it really okay for you to be here? Oh wait, you made peace with your dad? You must have talked it over and he allowed you to come to club. My dad isn't such a lenient person. Of course he didn't give me permission to be here. Wait, then... He was extremely upset with me. He forbade me from playing with hobby robots ever again. Which is why I came here in secret. Also, that's not a hobby robot. That's a giant robot. Totally different. Totally different. What are you going to do if he shows up again? It won't be a problem. Subaru sadly hides his gaze. I told him I was leaving to study in quiet on my own. A closer inspection of the table next to him reveals a stack of textbooks and notebooks. I really doubt that excuse is going to fly. It'll be fine. How can you be sure? Because I dismantled M45 in front of his very eyes. What? I had to prove to him that I'd sealed away my interest in hobby robots. Wow. Nothing quite like a parent that's so set to just crush the dreams of their child. Like, Legitimately, I'd argue that's worse than the actual hitting. Not that the hitting is good, but like... Which of course means we won't be entering the Robo 1 World Tournament. Sorry about that, Yashio-senpai. Well, if it means I don't have to become Mr. Hades, it's kind of a net positive for me. Subaru, it must have been so painful to have to take M45 apart like that. Akio looks like she's about to cry. She slowly walks over to Subaru and gently grasps his hand. Huh? What, Prez? I get it. I know how painful this is for you, Subaru. M45 was like your other self, your partner. To have to take it apart with your own hands is too sad. So, Subaru, how about we go for a run? Excuse me? You know, into the setting sun. It's the middle of the day. Akio pulls Subaru by the hand and forces him to stand, then points at the sky beyond the runway. It's still totally blue. I'm not running. Aww. Aki-chan, you'll have an attack if you run. She always has to sit and watch others during PE. Akio pouts her lips and releases Subaru's hand. But the other day, when you tried to protect M45... Thank you very much. Barry? Oh gosh, I never thought I'd see the day. Kai, Subaru's finally opened his heart to us. I'm literally standing right here. I've done nothing of the sort. I simply have spare time now that I won't be entering Robo 1, so I thought I'd study here. And while I'm at it, I could assist a little with Gunbarrel's construction. Maybe. For real? Huh? I never expected to hear those words come out of Subaru, quite frankly. I guess having his dreams denied by his dad was a pretty big shock. I was starting to worry that everyone was ignoring Gunbuild 1 even though we got all these new members. But the time has come! Victory will be ours! And so Akio's dream moves forward. All's well that ends well. If Subaru is going to help with building the robot, I can finally give my mind and body to kill Ballad. Talk about some good news to kick off summer break, am I right? Ah, the robot clinic. Haven't been here in a while. I'm sure it's fine. Excuse me. Also haven't saved in a while. Whenever one is in a flood of sound, one's body naturally gets into a rhythm. For me, the rhythm of rock best matches my body's rhythm. That's why I always have some playing loudly in my store. At my age, I started to think it wouldn't be so bad to die surrounded by this sound. I grinned to myself. I sensed someone's presence and looked towards the door. 2 high school students have come in. The girl is a regular, but the boy with her isn't her usual escort. I've never seen him before. The girl is shouting something at me and seems to be gesturing with her hands to turn down the volume. I have no choice, so I turn the dial on the stereo amp. There's definitely something wrong with your ears, Doc. A stupid brat who avoids paying her tab has no right to say jack. I put the parts bill on her tab, but she hasn't shown her face in over 20 days. The Robot Club is a regular customer, but I never thought the current president would be a brat who trampled on my kindness. I heard she's Misaki's younger sister. Let me try that sentence again. I heard she's Mikasi's I don't know why I can't get this. I heard she's Misaki's younger sister, but she's completely different. Though I suppose they are kind of alike in a way. Hehehe. In response to my words, Akiho Senamiya, I just lump them all together and call them Robot Club, boldly laughs. She then slams some money down on the counter with as much strength as she's got, causing bills to scatter everywhere. I'm repaying my whole debt. The hell are you doing? The girl rushes to gather up the money that got strewn all over the counter, then offers it to me while bowing down. Please accept my offering. Are kids these days this cheeky, or do they just lack common sense? Whatever, a customer's a customer. I accept her money and begin checking the amount. My offering, looks right. I'd normally charge interest, but I'll make an exception for you this time. I'm so sorry it took this long, Doc. Let me guess, you didn't tell your school about the debt? Which led to this stupid situation? But it wasn't the school's funds, it was my own personal debt. They never would have given me money to repay it. That guy over there probably has plenty of prize money to spare. Talking about you, Mr. Pilates, I like how everyone just knows. What? How did you know? Anyone could tell who you are through that piss-poor disguise? Are you half asleep? You could tell? That's impossible. Huh? But I didn't know, just like everyone else. Michi and the VP didn't notice until they were told too. You either didn't take a good look or you're blind as a goddamn bat. But blind? Then that means Kai isn't blind? More importantly, what do you intend to do now that you know Pilates' true identity? Will you tell the world? I'm a pro, I don't leak my customers' personal information. Now, if you're done here, scram. I have no intention of continuing this scatterbrained conversation. Time to turn my beats back up. Ah, wait, Doc, hold on! What? You still need something? Of course I do. That's why I came here. For once, Robot Club is shooting straight with me instead of dancing around the order she wants to make. She's probably getting carried away because she's got some cash. I'm here to buy parts. Right on the mark. Hobby robot parts? Nope. However, parts for Gun Build 1. There's a surprising dazzle in her eye. It's like that summer 9 years ago when her older sister visited this unstylish, oily store of mine. Right now, thanks to the worldwide robot boom, there are a lot more girls who have an interest in hobby robots. But back then, hobby robots themselves were a minor thing. Only a small number of enthusiasts even knew they existed. Naturally, visitors to the robot clinic were people interested in crafts and machines, plus otaku with money to burn. Yet in the midst of it all, that young lady appeared before me. Hello. To be perfectly honest, I never even imagined that a girl around the age of my granddaughter would visit my store. You've got the wrong story, young lady. This ain't your kind of place. Are you the robot doctor? I'm Misaki Senomiya from the Robot Research Association at Central Tanegashima High. Without at all reacting to my words, the girl calmly introduced herself. Robot Research Association? Ain't never heard of no such thing. It was formed today. That uniform's from Central Tanegashima High, yeah? She literally said that. Wasn't your entrance ceremony today? Yes, I entered school today, and the association was also formed today. By who? Me. Huh, ridiculous. This ain't no place for amateurs. I came straight here after the entrance ceremony. I had decided to do this a long time ago. How many people are in your association? 1! So it's just you? Then you should give up while you still can. You'll end up the laughingstock of your school. I don't care what they think. More importantly, there's something I want you to take a look at as the robot doctor. She then opens up a simple, single-page blueprint. Is this for a hobby robot? Nope. Then what is it? I want to build a life-size giant robot. Go home and don't ever come back. Let this be a lesson to you not to play pranks on your elders, little lady. I'm completely serious. I read about your skills on the internet, Robot Doctor. Dr. Jiro Aizawa's final student, Tetsuhara Fujita-san. You've done your research, I'll give you that, but I ain't got nothing to hide. I want your advice. What would be required to construct and get this robot moving? What doesn't it need? Please tell me. I told you to go home. I refuse to leave. I have nothing to teach you. Then, Misaki leans across the counter. How about we make a little wager? A wager? The Robot Research Association will win Robo 1 this year. And if that happens, you offer your skills and knowledge to us. Even at 15, there wasn't a timid bone in her. She was willing to wager with me, a person everyone called eccentric. In my long years of living, Misaki was the first girl I ever met who was that damn bold. At the time, as she stared at me, there was this radiant illusion of dazzling light in her eyes. To that end, I have a similar expectations for Akio, as someone with that same brilliant look in her eyes. All I can say is that putting more effort into completing prototype Model 1 is pointless. Are you still complaining about the design? For some reason, the kids have started arguing. Well, too bad, because I'm going to reject everything just like I did before. Do you actually think that thing looks cool? Of course she clearly does, otherwise she wouldn't go for it. I know plenty well that it does but it has to be what it is. Maybe I'm giving her too much credit. Shut up! I loudly shout, causing the pair to close their mouths. Take your stupid fight somewhere else. So, what parts do you need? Doc, now that's what I'm talking about. But even then, as the man who lost that wager so many years ago, I'm in this for the long term. Until the day I die, the robot club is no more. Or until that giant robot of hers is complete. I'm in this until the end. It's quiet. It's also cooler than usual today. There's a carefree feel. Oop, just wanted to see if it would work. In the air as time passes by at the old airport, I look out at the runway. Now to go check these. I know there's not going to be anything new here, but This, on the other hand. It's today! I hope the parts come in fast. Gonna build! I was going to study for college acceptance test, but not feeling it. Off to do Super-rinpei to mentally concentrate. The sun-tanned southern islander boy that I saw this morning going to a store was amazing. If he was wearing glasses, I would have gotten a bloody nose. It was meant to be. Paradise. Woo. Keep it to yourself. I love how Gijine is just like, stop. No horny on man. To do lol, cute. Please ignore it. Oh, to do. Played about 3 hours, 32-0. Jeez, their eyes have no ill will. Kids these days. From Robodoctor, new parts are in. World's first battery for giant robots, the 45D-1001 by Matoba Technical Research Institute. The battery is made for giant robots, but basically it's a smaller car battery. I have 2 in stock. Due to the current situation, I will be stepping away from media appearances. I will also be taking a break from this account as well. I may be putting my everything into my position. Please continue to support Exoskeleton Company. A small-sized solar disturbance hit the west side of America. Malfunction seen on some electronics. What is considered a small one? I can't tell at all. Just like NASA said, it will come in 2019. They announced it like 6 years ago. This is the beginning, just the beginning. There are no abnormalities in Japan, right? Then it must mean it was small size. There's no point getting worked up about it. Something like the crash of 15 won't happen again, right? There's no point being worried about America. Are you stupid? Wow. It's more like thank you, America, for taking the hit. It would be best for the solar disturbances to stop from here on. I don't think there is a solar disturbance, Kun, that pinpoint targets a small island country like Japan. How far do you think Earth is from the sun? I mean, the countermeasures for the solar disturbance have been made, right? Then everything should be fine. Electronics are affected even though it was a small solar disturbance? Are they dumb? I was planning to go to Vegas next week. Will it be calmed down by then? Solar disturbances only come for an instant. They don't stay forever, so by tomorrow it should be fine. Seems like Koro Kaneshi is going to write another article to worry people. Lol. Juna has been practicing karate katas for nearly an hour. She always does this when she has nothing to do. I wouldn't be surprised if she brought her karate ki one of these days. There's still no sign of Subaru, but considering his old man, he'd likely get suspicious if he came early every day. As for Akio, she shut herself away in the hangar doing something or other. Whatever, she'll be fine on her own. Obviously, I'm playing tons of Kill Ballad. I've already played around 30 matches today, but I think I've got another 10 in before lunch. With that happy thought running through my mind, I nonchalantly look up at the calendar on my phone droid. It's already July 30th. For real? That's a little, really crazy. Yeah, weren't we... Hold on. We did just skip forward a bit, didn't we? I wasn't looking. Yeah, went from the 21st to the 30th. Okay. I want to cradle my head. 10 days have already passed since summer break started. You figure given that it's a month and a half long, it wouldn't go by so fast. We're already a fourth of the way through. All I've done is take supplementary tests and play Gate B. That's right, those ridiculous supplementary tests ate an entire 10 days of my precious summer break. They're finally over. I'm a free man. There's about a month left of summer break. It might not be a bad idea to just throw myself into KB for the rest of it. I used that desperate idea to push out the other horrific beast looming on the horizon. Entrance exams from my head. I could have sworn I just heard a car horn in the distance. They're here! Akio comes flying out of the hangar in response to the distant sound. What's going on? Without my noticing, she's already changed into her work clothes. She sure seems enthusiastic. Who's here? Not who. What? The parts. I wonder if she's changed her tag. No tag at all. Weird. Alright. Akio starts walking awkwardly towards the parking lot. Despite how it looks, she's actually running. Kind of. Yashio-kun? What's going on? Juna returns from the runway, wiping sweat off her forehead with a towel. Apparently some parts showed up? Parts? Like for Model 1-kun? Probably. Well, what else would she get excited for? That reminds me, she went to buy a bunch of stuff at the robot clinic a week or so ago. Juna and I stayed behind in the club room at the time. As usual, Juna has no desire to go to the robot clinic. Makes sense. I guess she really can't handle Doc. Yes, he's scary, but even I can't help but feel bad that his own granddaughter can't stand him. It definitely seems more like it's the robots that scare her, but whatever. Wow, what's that? Juna is rendered speechless. Akio opens the metal mesh gate connecting to the parking lot and a large truck comes rolling in. There's a sheet over the cargo. Given how big it is, there's either a lot of something or one big thing. Not only that, there's more than one truck. A small truck with a crane attached to it follows the first one into the lot. The two trucks follow Akio's signaling, drive up to the front of the hangar, then stop. She ordered some massive parts. Ah, Akio-chan, I brought the stuff! Thank you so much! A large man gets out of the passenger seat of the larger truck. Given Juna's voiced surprise, she must know who this guy is. Who's that? The president of Space Candy. Oh, yeah, he wouldn't know because he never went. Oh, so that's him. He's the man behind my beloved Space Candy and also Michi's relative? I guess his face does look similar. As the two of us watch him from a distance, he notices us. Also, well, I was going to see if she had it. Nope, same tag. A huge smile crosses his face and he waddles his massive body over to us. It's like a bear, and for some reason there's a parakeet fluttering atop his head. Yo, Juna. Oh, we never got to scan him because we were never there. It's huge. Born 10/1/1974, age 44, blood type O, lives in Space Candy Co. Limited CO, 3rd degree black belt in Judo. Really? He's a 3rd degree black belt? So, okay. Yo, Juna-chan. Looks like his aim was Juna. Ah, hello, Os. Juna bows deeply. Did you think it over? Have you considered becoming my company's poster girl? I can't. Hey, Mr. Parrot. I'd pay you well. Come on, how about it? I just can't. I see. That's too bad. The president suddenly turns his attention to me. You must be Yashio-kun. Huh? Yeah. I heard all about you from Akiho-chan. Here's a present from me to you. Eat up. Ha ha ha. He hands me an entire box of 12 bags of space candy. Excuse me. Thank you very much. I'm genuinely surprised. This is pretty exciting. There's a bit of commotion coming from the trucks. I glance over to find the workers who drove in using the crane to unload the large cargo. Actually, wait a sec. One of those workers is Michi. Hey, Kai, Jun, what do you think? About what? It's our long-awaited power generator, and engine, and radiator, and a bunch of batteries. For some reason, I still imagine the giant robot running on like 576 AA batteries. They have to take like a month ahead of time. Just 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Loading them one by one. Not even like D batteries. AA. Amazing. You sure did buy a lot. We have our oh so generous sponsor, the president of Space Candy, to thank for that. He even arranged for the parts to be transported from Nishinomote Harbor. That was a huge help. Granted, I had Michi ask for us. Huh? But now we have almost all the parts we need. All that's missing are the giant servo motors, custom made by Doc. Those have already been ordered. He actually finished making them years ago. All that's left is to tune them. That's pretty major progress. Although I'm not sure what to think of it considering money did all the talking. That's how it goes. You want to build a giant robot, you need a giant wallet. The connector parts are almost all done. Those are in the hangar. We just gotta put it all together now. Heck, you could pretty much say we're finished. Our president's starting to get ahead of himself yet again. Even an amateur like me knows that the hardest part of making a giant robot over 10 meters tall is assembling it. Akio's way too optimistic about all of this. He's so huge. I see. So it's basically complete. Now that's impact. The president is giving off the same aura as Akiho. By the way, my company is currently producing stickers for this thing. Stickers? Yeah, giant ones have Space Candy Company written on it. Written all big like on them. Make sure you stick them on the most visible parts of the robot, Akiho-chan. Stickers? A natural demand from a sponsor. They're offering money in exchange for advertising, after all. But it looks like Akiho had no clue about any of this. Sir? Oh, don't back out of it now. If I put stickers on it, Gun Build 1 won't look like Gun Barrel anymore. Won't look like what? Is that important for impact? And what's a gun barrel? The robot we're building is modeled after an anime robot called Gun Barrel. Gun Barrel didn't have stickers on its most visible parts in the anime. But young lady, impact is what's most important here. I can't back down on this. These stickers have gotta be in the most visible spots. Why are you assuming we're gonna stick anything on it at all? Because he's giving you a large sum of money and that's how this works. Also, I heard that someone's going to ride on the robot. Yup, giant robots are meant to have someone pilot them from the inside. Sounds like a jab at Subaru, who, by the way, is still not here. So, about its crew. You mean its pilot? My company would like to see Juna-chan in that role. What? What a turn of events. Huh, the wind blows in my favor. I can't do that. We currently have Kai here as our pilot, and... Nope, I never agreed to riding in that thing. But wait, Kai! Boss, there's no way you'd reject your sponsor's wishes after all the money they put into this, right? And look at Juna, who is currently muttering to herself with tears in her eyes, desperately shaking her head. Anyway, sir, we'll be taking your request for the stickers and pilot matter under our full consideration. I see. Thanks, please do. Especially the part about Juna-chan being the crew. Pilot. A karate beauty born and raised on the island. Now that's impact. It'll definitely be in the Nanichi newspaper. A cover page contender. They may even request an exclusive interview with you, Juna-chan. I can't. This whole time, Juna has been looking like she's seeing the world end before her eyes. Considering she's constantly practicing karate because she has nothing else to do, she should just roll with it. As our conversation continues, the rest of the parts are steadily unloaded from the truck. As soon as all the cargo was unloaded from the truck, the Space Candy Company president left like a passing storm. But Michi stayed. Uncle sure is rough on me. Nope, same tag. Actually, we haven't looked around in here too recently. Though also not much has changed in here. Yeah, at all. Did about 15 minutes while I watch them unload. 3-0. Hello from Space Candy. Space Candy now sponsors Central Tanegashima High Robot Club. Today, for the first time, I saw parts for the giant robot, and it really is big. Alright. Figured there might be a few little things. Michi was left behind. He's tiredly complaining while sipping from a small carton of milk. Listen up, kids. You know how people are always saying to take advantage of your family's help? That's BS. It's actually, if you use your fam, they'll use you more. Got it? Consider this a pro tip. Should a teacher really be saying that to his students? No. Anyway, I'm going home. You guys handle the rest. And away he goes. As usual, our supervisor has zero intention of, actually supervising us. Honestly, I prefer him this way. It'd be a pain if he was more involved. Things would go wrong, yeah? Considering he's the OG president, you'd think we'd respect him more. How is the gap so huge between him and Misune? I'm dead. As soon as Michi leaves, Juno weakly sinks to the floor. I can't really handle that president. My whole body feels paralyzed when he's around. Is he so pushy? Because he's so big, like a bear. I guess life-size robots aren't the only issue. Maybe she can't handle things that are slightly bigger than humans. But if we're going to keep that guy on as a sponsor, we're going to have to keep sucking up to him and using Juno. As though trading places with Michi, Subaru appears. Looks like the parts arrived. You're late. Subaru shrugs and ignores Akio's comment. He doesn't seem to care at all. Takes a peek inside the garage, then turns back around and faces us. I kinda doubt he'd update... yeah. Cause like, he quit Pilates, but his tag wouldn't have said that anyway. Shouldn't we do an inspection to make sure nothing was damaged by the solar disturbance? Solar disturbance? What's that? Ah, it's trending on Twitter right now. There was a solar disturbance and it broke a bunch of machines on the west coast of America. Really? Is it going to be like the crash of 15? Nothing close to that. At least as of right now, it appears to be fairly small scale. But because the machines broke, there are riots all over. Why would people riot because some machines broke? Because there's probably more than some machines and the media's way downplaying it. The disturbance killed security systems. It's like a dreamland for thieves. Wait, if it hit the west coast, is Vegas in trouble too? Las Vegas is several hundred kilometers inland from Los Angeles. The Robo One World Tournament is scheduled to be held there. There are already rumors floating around that the World Tournament will be cancelled. The disturbance is supposed to continue for a while. Oh, okay. So, wait, it's still going? There's a stronger one coming, according to comments from some major scholars. Damn hiccups tonight. But that was just in America. We don't have anything to worry about here, right? Can only hope. As soon as Subaru brought up the topic, the contents of a certain document filled my head. The Kimijima report. If I recall, it said the following. However, without a doubt, the sun is on the verge of spontaneous discharge. According to scientific evidence, larger scale solar disturbances will occur in 2012, 2015, 2019, and 2020. This will cause grave effects on the Earth and its magnetosphere. It's not cold, but I start subconsciously rubbing my arms. I have goosebumps. It's possible that everything written in that report was the truth. Can I really laugh it off as a crazy conspiracy theory? Irie said that Ko Kimijima was murdered by someone. Why did he leave that report behind? And why was he murdered? Is it because everything written in that file was true? And the Kimijima report I found isn't the only one on the island. In the rest of the hidden text files, there could be even more predictions and revelations. Wait, hold on. Stop. Don't let yourself get dragged into this dark spiral of conspiracy theory BS. Huh. Oh goody. Ramen's not even here, but I already know they tensed up wherever they are. Like, I just know. They know somehow. Suddenly. I hear a melody that I know all too well. It's also Ramen's birthday today, so like I hope they're out having a good time. Kai, did you change your ringtone? Kagome. That's right, Juno told me all about this. About folks in Tokyo getting messages similar to earthquake early warnings all at the same time. Juno and I immediately make eye contact. Ooh. What the? It's coming from my phone droid too. Me too. The melodies overlap, creating a dissonant sound. I feel like I'll get a headache if I listen to this for too long. And the poor sound quality makes it all feel even creepier. The fact that it doesn't stop immediately points to it being a call and not a message. I've never even set Kagome as my ringtone. I didn't even know my phone droid had it as an option. I checked my phone droid and the display is similar to when there's a normal call coming in. In this case, however, the caller's number is hidden. As a test, I try answering the phone. The sound. It's just like a fax machine's transmission noise. Is she the one doing this? Or is this that certain organization that Ko Kimijima mentioned? I feel a chill run down my spine. My body is shivering. I can't take it anymore and hang up the phone. Huh? Her timing is perfect. Who are you? You have no tag. That's not fair. That's cheating. I absolutely thought, even though it just happened, that like Twippo would explode. When did this woman get here? There's nothing around here, so you can see everything. Yet I didn't even notice her till she was right here. You guys were also slightly distracted by talking to each other in a hangar and then, phones. At long last, Kagome stops playing. The hangar returns to silence. Everyone stands still without saying a word. Nobody can wrap their heads around what just happened over the last minute or so. Are you kids the Central Tanegashima High School Robot Club? See, I keep thinking she'll have a tag, but like... Alright, I guess they'll have to introduce her story first. That's right. Who is this person? Did someone from the media come by for an interview? Or... Master was murdered. Who killed him? That's a relief. I was worried I wouldn't be able to find you guys. The woman smiles as she speaks. Oh. Motion. A single black van comes driving into the airport apron. It's approaching at high speed. It then comes to a stop behind the woman. I know this is sudden, but there's something we need to discuss. You're going to be coming with me. What? Brawny-looking men in black suits exit from the van, 5 of them. I don't like where this is going. I don't like this at all. No. No. This has definitely not got flashbacks to Steins Gate or anything. At least they don't seem to have guns yet. With so many confusing things happening in such a short amount of time, I don't even consider the option to flee. Before I realize it, I've been grabbed from behind with both arms twisted. I can tell I'd be in immense pain if I attempted to resist, so I stayed put. Ah, stop! Akio was grabbed by the arms by one of the men and forced into the van. Juna and Subaru as well. It hasn't even been 2 minutes since that woman showed up. In that short amount of time, she's managed to abduct 4 high schoolers. Let's go! I get pushed into one of the van seats. I'm just dumbfounded by this entire situation. All I can think about is Ko Kimijima's fate. The fear of being erased. My body's been trembling ever since Kagome started playing. Who... I desperately try to talk. Who are you? The woman, now sitting in the front passenger seat, turns around to face us. My name is... She removes her sunglasses and flashes us a cheerful smile that really doesn't fit the situation. Wait! No! It's little girl. Right? That was Nai Tanoji. Mr. Braun's daughter. Very small. Her face has finally grown to fit her eyes. Her eyes were always massive. It's a pleasure to meet you all. You can also hear Ramen losing their cool right now watching this archive. Still don't like being abducted. Still don't like being abducted, though. Despite the smile on her face, her eyes aren't smiling in the least. She's still alive? Oh yeah, that would be an episode ender right there. Stratosphere Alternator. I've been alive for 18 years. Holy crap, though. Names I didn't expect to hear here. Didn't expect to get abducted out of nowhere right after a happy moment. Has too many connections. Literally the song that sounds like the song from Chaos Head plays while we get abducted by the little child from Steins Gate. Steins Gate was 2010, this is 2019, so she's 9 years older than she was then. Which is... I don't really know how old she was then. I'm sure they mentioned in that game. I want to say she was 8 or 9. So she's probably around 16 here. Give or take, plus or minus a year. So probably high school age. So she's probably similar age to the actual protagonist. It is very strange seeing her in a different art style, considerably older. Looks like this is the end of that road. I never thought I'd experience being abducted by some shady group of people. Chaos Connection. Yeah, we got the Chaos Connection with Whose Eyes Are Those Eyes, the song. Frau keeps talking about, damn it, what's the name of the anime that Sierra was from? No, she's talking about Rynet now. That's a different one. That's the one that had Upa. But I swear she talked about the other one. Maybe I'm wrong. So there's still connections. I hope it's I hope it's not further connected to chaos, because I'm okay without that. Yet here I am. And not just me, but Akiho and the other members of the club as well. Oh, I assume there is too. I have to do something, but there's no way I can turn this situation around on my own. I know how that'll turn out. Thus, all I can do is stay quiet in this shaky car. Okay, hold on, my hair's giving me problems. My hair needs to get a bit longer so I can just stay. Nobody says a word. After passing the time in silence, we finally arrive at our destination. It's... What's going on here? What's going on here is we check tags for anyone. I don't know if we've actually been in this... Alright. She still doesn't have a tag right now, which is very strange. Like, is it part of clothes? Because if it's part of clothes, that would be why she doesn't, I guess. Still weird. What is a titty? A short song or tune? A baby cat? I mean, I gotta tell her the truth. I gotta tell her the truth. I get it. Diddy. Kitty. Nope. Literally an information gathering thing. Got kidnapped. Imagine just sending that tweet. Got kidnapped. ... Send. I don't know why that one. It's perfection. You'd think this would be the really funny one, and it's funny, but for me, just got kidnapped. No responses to it, by the way. I wasn't the only one playing Kagome. Regarding the Kagome incident, it was a technical issue or something. Or was it a technical issue or something? I wonder. I think something was ringing now that you mention it, but isn't it easier to just ignore it? Wow. Nothing else over here. Also, now that we're in a new chapter, let's just save it again. I meant to do it in 19, but sure, 20 works. Let's just do that. We'll save over 20 when we get there. This is most definitely the space center. The windows of the van have a dark tint applied to them, but it's still possible to see outside. None of us have been blindfolded, and the black-suited men didn't warn us not to look around, which means we had nothing keeping us from watching the van enter TNSC and pull up in front of the Takesaki Observatory. It's always the observatory. We were then politely guided to a room on the 4th floor. No restraints. Did we just dream up our earlier treatment? 5 minutes have passed since our arrival. Needless to say, this isn't an interrogation room or a creepy cell. Just a regular old room. Heck, if anything, it's more like a press conference room. After guiding us here, the black-suited men told us to wait for a little while, then left. In other words, it's just us 4 Robot Club pals sitting around. The door doesn't seem to be locked. Subaru turns the handle on the door leading outside, and it opens easily. An intense sea breeze comes blowing into the room, roughly swaying the hanging curtains. It sure is windy outside. There don't seem to be any guards either. We should be able to escape. There's no point. If nothing else, I think we're probably safe. No torture, murder, or getting dumped into the sea. If they wanted to kill us, they probably would have taken us into the woods where nobody goes. There are places like that all over the island. Instead, they took us to TNSC, of all places. Okay, yeah, we're just down here. No restraints, and we're not locked in. It's pretty clear that they mean us no harm. It's still, like... Yes, it's very clear that they're not going to actually kill you, but, like, they still straight up abducted you. They didn't ask you to come with them. They took you, and that's not good in any circumstance. It's never a good thing. Did not expect to see Tennoji. Concerned with how that Tennoji lady disappeared the moment we arrived here. Hey, everyone, I've seen something like this before. What do you mean, Aki-chan? Situations like this happen a lot in robot anime. It's a trope. Gun Barrel episode 17 was kinda like this. In other words, we've been chosen as the team to pilot a giant robot to protect Earth. I mean, it must be that. That has to be it. Reverend child, how absurd. I'm with Subaru on this one. Come on, I wasn't being serious. You were being 110% serious. And to be fair, yeah, that would have been great if it was true. I was trying to lighten the mood a little, so I made a dumb gag. Lighten the mood, eh? June has been trembling like a newborn fawn the whole time, so it looks like Akio's gag ended in utter failure. Suddenly, the door to the room opens. In comes the dizzy-looking Frau. Not surprised. Oh, hers is now. Lives in Nokan Nakatane-cho. Processing Chorus here too. Club. Oh, Robot Research Club. Real. Why did you even put the real name? But alright, cool. There's a trophy for finding enough tags. So besides the curiosity, just like seeing what's out there, like trophy. Ah. Furugori. The black-suited men guiding Frau bow, then leave us in the room. Frau bow. You got caught too, Frau bow? I'm going to describe what just happened to me. I was walking to the neighborhood convenience store to buy Poke, and the next thing I knew, I'm at JAXA. You might not understand what I'm saying, but I don't understand either. I can't rule out the possibility of hypnotism, super speed, or something equally as crazy. You got shoved into a car and abducted, yeah? Pretty much. So the same as us. Frau wasn't even at the hangar with us, which means they must have business with the entire robot club. Although there's no sign of Michi, who left only a short time before the abduction took place. It's okay, they know who the important people of the robot club are. By the way, about the black-suited men just now. Beats, please? Black suits, haha. I just want to munch on their neckties and lick the arms of their sunglasses. What? Time to ignore the perv. Since we're at the TNSC, have you heard anything from your old man, Aki-chan? He knows nothing, absolutely. He's filled with nothing but very obvious and pointless pro tips. Good point, let me try calling him. Despite our current situation, they didn't take our phone droids. Just as Akio was about to make the call. Yeah. Hey. Definitely haven't seen his tag. Born 11/18/1966, blood type A, lives here. JAXA Space Teleportation Headquarters, Kagoshima Space Center Chief. Oh, hold on, just to make sure. We did already see this area, but like... Alright, cool. Her old man shows up right on time. I can't tell if he's trying to fool us with that smile of his, or if he's just forcing one out. Either way, he looks oddly tense. Dad, why did you abduct us? Did you order this? Explain yourself. Allow me to explain. Ah. Entering the room after Akio's dab is Nae Tennoji, the girl who was wearing sunglasses, looking very professional. Born 11/9/1998, age 20. Oh, she's even older than I thought. Wait, so she was older... So she was 12 when Steins Gate? Because Steins Gate's 2010. So she's 12 then? Really? Huh. Like 11, but... Because it takes place in the summer, as does this one. Blood type A lives in Kojima, Tokyo. So she does live in Tokyo, she doesn't live here. JAXA Research and Development Headquarters, Unexplored R&D Center Research. Alright. That said, she's not wearing shades right now, so she kinda looks different. Okay, everyone have a seat. Wait, hold on, that uniform, huh? A JAXA work uniform? Let me introduce myself. I am Nae Tennoji from JAXA's Research and Development Headquarters, Unexplored Technology Research Center. Unexplored Technologies. I just arrived in Tanegashima today. It's really nice here. Whoa, what's with all the smiling? You literally almost committed a crime. Not almost. I'm pretty sure it is a crime to drive a van up to people, send waves of strong men out at them, forcibly bring them into the van, and drop them off somewhere. Even if you don't hurt them, even if they're not really being held once you leave them there, I'm pretty sure it's still a crime. That's still a crime. Just because you didn't murder or torture them doesn't make it not a crime to kidnap people. But okay. Hell, the normal reaction here would be to call the cops on you. We gathered you all here like this to make a proposal regarding some support work. We didn't gather here, you abducted us. Support work? Chief Senomiya of the Tanegashima Space Center is already aware of this. He never told me anything. Akio's old man wipes the sweat off his cheek and weakly nods. But Tenoji-kun, you could have handled this a bit better. First, you should apologize to them. Oh gosh, you're right. Naya Tenoji seems to have come to some sort of realization. She corrects her posture and bows deeply. I'm so very sorry for the rough treatment. It's just that there are a number of adults who are targeting you guys. I need to speak to you as soon as possible so you could cooperate with us. When I was a student, my friends would often call me Wild Girl. I have a bit of a habit of taking things too far. Who cares about your nickname? What do you mean by adults targeting us? Is this related to Ko Kimijima? Anyway, to quickly explain the support work I mentioned. Mashida-san, could you hand me that? Naya Tenoji suddenly calls to one of the staff watching from a short distance away. The older man named Mishita wears a troubled smile on his face and hands the board over to Naya Tenoji. Mishita. Now I'm just like, do these names sound familiar? Yes, this! Ta-da! After building up a little bit of hype for herself, she turns the board towards us. Alright, that's cute. The hell? Yep, let's build a giant robot with JAXA. Looks like I'm not the only one floored right now. Everyone in the club is stunned. Not to mention, the poor handwriting and bad drawings make me feel excessively annoyed. Okay, the handwriting is cute and the drawing is awesome. Hush you. What the hell was that okay, but I could also understand the, you literally kidnapped us, I'm not in the mood for a cute sign. What the hell was that terrifying experience we all endured 30 minutes ago? Everything feels so stupid now. I just want to collapse on the spot. I'm surprised neither of them had an attack. They were literally abducted. That's kind of stressful. Naya Tenoji's carefree way of speaking is only spurring on that sense of exhaustion. Did you guys not hear what I said? Thought the board would make it super duper clear. Basically, I'm asking you guys to make a giant robot together with JAXA. With JAXA, huh? Didn't Akio just ask her dad about this about a month ago and get rejected? Yes. Specifically, it's called Innovative Robotics Technology Research Support Work, but that's kind of a long name. Kinda, yeah. In other words, we want to provide support to people doing giant robot research and development. Except, yeah, you didn't like a month ago. The Tokyo Expo is next year, but everyone is calling it the Robot Expo. Ground-based bipedal robot tech research is outside of JAXA's field of expertise. We do have a research group for space robotics research, though. But since Japan is known as the robot powerhouse of the world, we should face the call for bipedal giant robots too. Thus, I tried asking the higher-ups about it. And unexpectedly, they listened to the opinion of a total new hire like me. It's just for the half year until the expo, but we want to do support work. Isn't it a little late for this? I doubt they'll accomplish much with only a half year remaining until the expo. If this goes well, it could open the path to an official mission in the future. JAXA might finally be able to make a giant bipedal robot. It won't just be a dream anymore. That's the same hecking hair she had too, isn't it? Like, this is the exact same hairstyle. It's the exact same hair, but the pigtails were higher up before, they're just lower down. It's the same hair. Heckin'. Good. So I thought she just had like a ponytail, but she still got the two. So I'm hoping this might prove to be good pre-mission research for us. But for now, I'm the only one from Chofu assigned to this, so I don't think they're expecting much. JAXA's headquarters is an official facility located in Chofu in Mitaka, Tokyo, where they research and develop the latest aviation programs. It is located near Chofu Airport and features multiple wind tunnels. This is the part where you're supposed to laugh. I think all the levity was undercut by you kidnapping us. Just like when she introduced herself in the car, her eyes aren't laughing. No matter how big that smile of hers is, she's kinda scary. To be honest, a lot of people told me that we wouldn't be able to do much in only half a year. How far ahead does she go in Steins? It's 11 years, right? In Steins Gate? So she's roughly this is roughly 2 years away from how old she was in the alternate timeline where she murders Okabe. Such a weird thought process. Clearly not this timeline. But if nobody expects anything, there's no need to fear failure. That's the point. That means I can do as I please. If nothing else, this chick's got guts. That said though, I called it support work. The budget is really tiny, chump change level. So we can only offer our assistance to one group. Our budget would vanish in a heartbeat if we tried to support multiple research organizations. I was thinking about who to go with when I just so happened to see a net stream for Robo 1. During the grand finals, you fought on equal grounds with the heroic Mr. Pilates. Heroic. I glance over at Subaru to check on his expression. Nothing. Looks like he's listening to her with a cold expression on his face, but he's actually sweating bullets. Oh, Mr. Pilates is actually right. Prez, please don't say another word. Ah, okay, sorry. Please continue. Okay, anyway, I was deeply moved by that match. Nayatanochi's eyes get moist and she wiggles around. The more she talks, the more my impression of this woman changes. For the worse. It's unfortunate that you lost. I bet it must have been really frustrating. If we kept going, we definitely would have won. Such assumptions are meaningless. The match was over. I already read your interview in Kiyomiya newspaper. What interview? Oh, the one I did. Yeah, you skipped out on it. Wait, you had a newspaper interview? That's amazing. Yeah, for Kiyomi. Not Nanchi. That's the traditional paper. Nanichi. Kai said he didn't want to do it, so I had no choice but to go alone. Yeah, he did. I actually wanted to tell them even more. But you did manage to tell them about your wonderful dreams, Sanomiya-san. Oh, you really think it's wonderful? That's kinda embarrassing. Oh boy, Akio's starting to fall for Nayatanochi's lip service. Your actual dream isn't about hobby robots, it's to build a giant robot over 10 meters tall, right? Well, you're already building it, I guess. Yeah, that's correct. The president has officially been buttered up to perfection. She's already in the oven, even though she was trembling and about to cry mere minutes ago. I saw the interview and I decided that your club was the one. That's why I wanted to talk to you all. This is your time. So, you're just hopping on the bandwagon? Well, your names were actually pretty well known, even within JAXA. Because I'm the daughter of the TNSC chief? Probably because JAXA has been giving us the parts they don't need anymore. Oh, I see. We've had a working relationship for a long time now. When Misane founded the Robot Research Association 9 years ago, she used her family connections to force JAXA's hand. Ah, but I'm so glad I made it in time. Nayatanoji gestures like she's wiping sweat from her brow after a hard day's work. Since you got second place in Robo 1, various research groups and corporations gotta be aiming for you. Those are the adults, the other people that are aiming. Technicians, not just in Japan, but from around the world, pay close attention to that tournament. Really? Like what exactly? In the last month, aside from the Kiyomi newspaper, nobody's made any offers. It's just lip service. Not at all. I know I'm right. Anyway, there you have it. I'd like to be the first to establish a cooperative relationship with you. Exactly what kind of support would you provide us with? As I said at the start, our goal is entering next year's expo. We can offer development funds, though not much. Also, the Unexplored Technology Research Center has a branch called the Space Robotics Research Group. You can do a technology exchange with the engineers there. It would be lovely if those folks could offer you advice. Finally, when constructing the robot, you can use our faculties here at TNSC. That's honestly probably the biggest thing. They really were super worried about, like, how are we going to build this? So that's really helpful, actually. Whoa! Oh, one important thing. Please explain in the description for the finished robot how JAXA cooperated with you. Okay. When people are like, how did you get this thing built? You go, well, thankfully, JAXA helped us out in providing us with a technology exchange and the means to actually assemble. Doesn't that basically mean there are literally no negatives to accepting this deal? It sounds like it. Have things gone wrong yet? We thought so. We thought so. Literally, the music from Chaos Head started playing. Somebody came out of a black van with a bunch of dudes and kidnapped us and brought us here. The person on the left, Potions. Does she look any familiar? Also, hey, how's it going? Welcome to Viperland in the chat. Does she look in any way familiar? Specifically the hairstyle. Does that bear any resemblance to anyone you can think of? That's fine. If we look at her name, Nai Tenochi, does that sound any more familiar to you? Does that ring any more bells? Slightly older than the last time we saw her, but yeah, that's Mr. Brown's daughter. Yeah, she's here. She's 20 years old now. And, yeah, that's a different timeline, but yes, you're not wrong. I will point out that was a different timeline, to the best of our knowledge. However, yes, you're also still correct. Demon Child was apparently about 12 years old in Steins Gate 1. I thought she was younger. She's 20 now. She works for JAXA, and she wants to offer us help. But she was so gung-ho about it, she thought other people were trying to recruit us. She hired a bunch of strong dudes in a black van to basically kidnap us and bring us here and make the offer, which is a really weird way to make an offer to somebody. But yeah, so it's somebody we know. I knew not Robotics Note. Robotics Note's Dash, the one after this, has Daru in it because he's literally in the thumbnail. But oh, can I show the tweet again? Did I save that one? Hold on. Oh no, it's the same day actually. Yeah. Literally he tweeted out, got kidnapped. Which I think is the greatest tweet. Just hard stop, Protag just tweets out, got kidnapped. Oh. We responded to that one. We had a choice to respond to it. It was either a tune you hum or sing, a baby cat, or that one. Gijine is literally an information gathering AI. I don't want to lie to her, but there was no option to be like, why do you need that information? Yeah, this game is. Every time things seem to be going wrong, they also still go funny, and I hope Among Us was really good. Like, I miss playing Among Us. It's just the stream times are difficult now. I miss playing it, though. The past few weeks, it hasn't really been played anyway, between cons and other things happening. But I'm glad it was a good time. Like, I want to be there, and if I had more notice, maybe I'd find a way. Is that really all? This sounds too good to be true. Don't tell me Jax is gonna grab all our tech and ideas and take credit for everything we did. Senpai, you're being a pessimist. He's right, if they did that, I'd cut ties with Dad. Oh, what? Me? I don't know, I'm just thinking this deal sounds too sweet. It's got me suspicious is all, like they have an ulterior motive. Don't forget that they abducted us. Yeah, it's hard to forget that. Oh gosh, it's all my fault, you're so guarded. Yes, you abducted us. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Naitanoji, looking ashamed, bows her head to us again. I love that she, like, I definitely, excuse me, I had to look up a picture of her from Science Gate just to confirm, but like, it's the same hairstyle. She just used to wear the twin tails higher up, but now she's older, so the twin tails are lower down. That's it. Otherwise, it's the same hair. All I can really say is please trust me, but if the finished robot is well received, you may be hired to assist with Jax's giant robot production in the future. That sounds like a big win, honestly. This woman is really fixated on Jax and making giant robots. That's not a bad thing. Does she really just want to... Wrong button. Just want to make one? I mean, who knows if that's all actually going to happen. Jax are robots of justice built to beat down the armies of evil. What do you think? Looking directly at a Wesker. That'd make them weapons. That concept would never be approved. Oh, I'm joking. Yeah, she came out in a black suit and black sunglasses originally, so, you know, she definitely came out in the Wesker look. Not a suit per se, more dress, but I mean, did I not take a picture? I definitely didn't. No. Oh, that's a weird transitional one. Oh well. Amazing! Akio's eyes have started glittering. She's been consumed by delusion. Don't say the D word. I love the way you think! They're gonna get along. If that's her being truthful about the robot stuff, they're gonna get along. Really? Thank you! Uh-oh. These two are starting to come to a mutual understanding. I mean, either way, we were planning on participating in the expo. Oh, really? Then that's convenient for both of us, right? But we shouldn't need too much money. We have a sponsor. We also have most of the parts we need too. All that's left is to assemble it. Wow, you've made that much progress? Amazing! Of course, your robot might not compare favorably to some of the ones at the expo made by the big corporations. Naitanoji just casually drops an insult on us. I mean, is that an insult? We are working secondhand on plans from 9 years ago. Like... But that's where you compete with ideas instead, get it? There's no point in trying to build a robot like the giant corporations of the world do. I'd want to focus on great ideas, things that could take giant robot innovation or space development in the future. Also, Potions, we mapped it out. She's still 2 years younger than she would be in the ending, the bad ending of Steins Gate, where she goes into the future 11 years. This is only 9 years ahead. So, she'd be 2 years older than this when she was at the part in that timeline where she did 11 years of back time leaping. Back to back. Ideas, Akio's eyes are wandering, which is also how we know this is not a bad timeline, because in the Steins Gate bad timeline, 2 years from now, CERN has already taken over the world, and Okabe dies by her hands. So this clearly can't be that timeline. CERN's not in power in any way. Oh, I'm not saying don't be suspicious. I'm saying my tinfoil hat. Yeah. We'll see. She probably doesn't have any idea in particular. The only plan for that chunk of hollowed out steel is to make it walk. But this ain't a bad proposal. It's up to Akio whether or not to accept, though. She's the club president, and she's likely the only one with any real interest in any of this. Subaru's participating in the robot club in secret from its old man, so he can't openly voice its opinion. All of this is probably going right over Juna's head, and Frau and I have no interest in giant robots. Actually, Frau is slovenly lying forward on a desk fiddling with her phone droid. She's been paying no attention. Also, Frau, if you've missed earlier bits with Frau Potions, She's 100% female Daru. Like, she is small female Daru. And you cannot convince me otherwise. She's really good at programming. She'd probably be really good at hacking, though we haven't seen her do it. All of her mind is always on lewd things. And she definitely says those things out loud when she should not be saying those things out loud. She's Daru in high school girl form. Then about that giant robot you're building right now. Can I take a look at it? Of course! It was in the hangar you abducted us from. Oh, it was? I didn't even notice. I was too busy abducting you. That data is in my phone droid. Akio pulls up the blueprints and photos she took and happily shows them to Naya Tanuchi on her phone droid screen. This is the giant robot that we're currently developing, Gun Barrel Prototype Model 1, aka Gun Build 1. Oh? Naya Tanuchi's eyes are glued to the monitor, but she soon starts to look puzzled. Does it move? Absolutely, it walks! In theory. Well, that's the plan anyway. Actually, didn't Subaru mention repeatedly that it wouldn't walk? Did that issue ever get solved? Said Subaru is... He's not saying anything in particular. That means the legs move. Anything besides the legs? There's no plan for that. It wasn't necessary. I see. Naitanochi goes silent in thought for a moment, then speaks to Senomiya's dad. Chief Senomiya, do you think this can walk? Well, I don't know. As soon as anybody who knows anything about blueprints looks at the blueprints, they're just like, no. He looks like he's at his wit's end. He keeps wiping sweat from his brow over and over. He's also... She's very enthusiastic. He's very nervous. Is he trying to appeal to... Like, why is he sweating bullets right now? It seems like this should be something he's really happy about. Like, oh, his company and his is providing his daughter with something they want. That his daughter's providing... Like, they're working together for what she wants to do. He should be ecstatic. But he's in the corner sweating bullets. If that's the case, he's not really doing a good job. At the end of the day, sometimes you just gotta shoot straight about these things. Man, how weak is this dude when it comes to his daughter? It'll walk, right, Dad? Which is it? It won't walk. Subaru finally makes his move. Subaru, hush! Nobody asked you! But it's the truth. It can't walk. If it tried to walk, it would likely trip on its own toes and fall over. It'd fall over? That sounds dangerous. That's, as a solution to that, we can attach wheels to the tips of the feet. Just an idea. Naitanochi thinks to herself again before slamming her fist into her palm like she's got an idea. She looks up. How about this? You stop development in Model 1 for now. And start working on a brand new, more attractive giant robot for entry into the expo. We have like 6 months time and you want us to start working on a brand new robot? Huh? A brand new... This proposal makes the most sense. Subaru's been saying the same thing for a while now. And if JAXA provides support, our money issues will finally be over. We could really build something pretty decent if we start from scratch. However, to Akiho, this proposal is basically poisonous. It means the robot she's currently building won't qualify for the expo. She'd end up a laughingstock. In other words, it's a full rejection of the robot that Akiho spent so much time on for so long. I'm an amateur at robot construction, but even I know after listening to Subaru and Akiho battle it out. He's right, and she isn't. But the biggest problem here is that the Robot Club president, the one who holds the right to decide what direction the club will take, is... In that case, please forget about the whole thing. What? Akio Senomiya, and Akio Senomiya alone. Her dream is to complete the Gun Build 1 that Misane designed. The Gun Barrel Prototype Model 1 is the product of the other members' 9 years of hard work. There's no logic or reasoning behind this, just pure emotion. That's why this proposal will never work. I only want to complete Gun Build 1. I have no desire to build any other robot. Senomiya-san? I'm sorry. Akio bows slightly and walks out of the room. Brow, seemingly waiting for this moment, runs after Akio while still hanging her head low. How do you run? Juna is bewildered and looks toward me for my reaction. Subaru also looks at me like he wants me to do something. I don't have any reason to try and persuade Akio one way or the other. My only obligation is to give her a light push in the back when she's stuck in place. I'm going to start getting KB withdrawals soon, so I decide to go home as well. Oh yeah, potions. He definitely mentioned that feeling of a grappler's range being different fighting against them versus playing as them in a fighting game. How when you're playing against a grappler, you're like, that grapple range is massive. What is this nonsense? But then you actually play the grappler and it's like, oh no, the range isn't actually that big at all. It just really feels that way when you play against them. They straight up were talking about that earlier. It's like, that's relatable. After playing a few rounds as Potemkin, it's like, yeah, it's not as easy as some people make it look. Some people. The wind outside is strong. Can we... Let's see. And is it any new Twippos? So we did that one. Got kidnapped. Okay. No, nothing from him. Write another article now. Same one there. Alright, cool. Nothing new. It's definitely more than just a sea breeze. The clouds are starting to look a bit ominous, too. They must shout Buster. Of course, yeah. No, not Potemkin Buster, just, Buster. Aki-chan. I chased after Akio and called her. How are you getting home? Maybe. How are any of us getting home? We were abducted. Maybe by bus? Not only were we abducted, but... I can't believe there's only one per hour. They abducted us to the bottom of the island. Like, they live... There's the high school. Where do they live again? Somewhere near the high school. Oh, they're actually not far away. Never mind. Everyone, wait for me! I guess some of them are further away. Final Ultimate Atomic Buster, then Potemkin Buster. Fair enough. Juna comes chasing after us, looking ready to cry. Behind her follows a silent Subaru. I look towards the Takasaki Observatory and notice Naya Tennoji watching us from the observation deck. We turn our backs to her and head to the bus stop. While it was a good offer, negotiations with JAXA ended in failure. Welp. Had everything almost handed to you. Ooh, we get to see through the father's eyes. After the children leave the press conference room, it's engulfed in a quiet stillness. I sit down in a chair and let out a small sigh. I, Kenichiro Senomiya, have now been the chief of Tanegashima Space Center for 7 years. When we launched rockets, this room was always packed with project staff and reporters before and after launch. There's a press room on the floor below, and the media would set up cameras on the roof looking to record the launch. But such hustle and bustle is already 4 years behind us. This room this room in the Takasaki Observatory, those are things I can eventually pronounce right, hasn't been used in years. Today was the first time in who knows how long. The faculty hasn't been closed or shrunk. It might be used again one day, so the higher-ups want it maintained. In other words, while I may have the grand title of chief, I'm basically a glorified caretaker. One day... Will the day ever come when we launch rockets from here again? Chief Senomiya, Tennoji-kun has returned. The children just departed on the bus. I see. Well, I never expected my daughter to refuse your proposal. I'm really sorry about all of this. I bow my head, but Tennoji-kun shrinks back. Whoa, no, it's nothing, really. Please, raise your head. Sure, I was surprised she said no, too. But I'm the one using you, Chief. Come on, you're not using me. Then I guess I'm taking advantage of you. I was moved when you spoke in Chofu. How you said you wanted to let students use this place to build a giant robot. Oh, so he did ask. He had said they had said no, but he did ask. You flatter me, huh? At the start of this month, when Akio requested use of TNSC's facilities to assemble her robot, I had to say no. But heck, I'm a father. I want to support my daughter and her dream. I just so happened to have a business trip to Chofu, so I tried consulting with the top brass while I was there. That's probably what Tenoji-kun is talking about. Plus, I always wanted to do support work for building bipedal robots. So I was down for this idea from the get-go. Tenoji-kun smiles playfully and sticks out her tongue a little. Without your cooperation, I wouldn't have received the go-ahead this quickly. No, if you hadn't been there, I doubt this would have been approved at all. It's checked at some point. Yes and no. Like, I get the concept of, like, this is a project 9 years in the making. Many people before us worked on this. We can't just dump it in the trash to move on to something different. We were entrusted with their hopes and dreams for the future. Like, I get it. It's very anime, but I get it. But this is like the second time somebody's been like, it's not going to work as it is. The logical course of action is to scrap that and make a new thing. And she's still going on with it. So I don't know. I don't know how that's going to work out. The top brass were hesitant when I spoke to them. I can't believe they had changed a heart in just a few days. Despite the small scale of the support work, I've never seen anything get approved this quickly and smoothly. I figured maybe use some kind of magic on them or something. I just used some negotiation skills, nothing crazy. And also time travel to make sure things worked perfectly. I mean, I'm really good at flattering people. If I remember correctly, Tenoji-kun is only 20. What a frank young lady. I'm honestly impressed. In some ways, she reminds me of Misaki when she was younger. But is it really okay not to tell her? It's nowhere fast specifically because of her. Oh no, the crew gets nowhere fast because no one else is doing anything. Like, absolutely, of the 5 people on the team, Protag-kun doesn't care about robots. Frau doesn't care about robots. Subaru has promised his father to not work on robots anymore and is just here to kind of watch and still be part of the club. And June is a karate person and doesn't care about robots. She's actually the only one here who actually cares. So, without her, nothing would get done. She may be stubborn in her ways, but at least she's the only one really doing anything. So, that you were the one who proposed this project to the higher-ups. No, if I did that, she'd get all embarrassed. You're much closer to their age, so you could probably communicate with them better. I'm just an old geezer, inching closer to retirement. I'm way past my prime to be talking to youngsters about dreams and the like. I want this support work to expand more and more in the future. Eventually, students from all across Japan could link up, encouraging them to pursue engineering in the sciences. After all, there are a lot of young people in Japan who have an interest in robots. Not just young people, there are a lot of old farts like me who like robots too. If anything, older folks might have a stronger attachment to them. That's because in the past there'd be 2 or 3 robot anime on TV every single week. I'm jealous. I hope a time comes when, even in real life, Japan giant robots are common sights. I start imagining giant bipedal robots being used for disaster relief, public work, ordinary, everyday settings. That's the dream. I know, right? And it'd likely feed back into the space development as well. Robots could be actively used for interstellar exploration. That's why this work isn't worthless to JAXA. This is the Gundam timeline, clearly. This is the timeline where we actually eventually make space bipedal robots. Anyway, while they may have refused earlier, I'm going to try approaching them again. Please don't abduct them again. If I go home now, it'll have made coming all the way out to Tanegashima meaningless. And seeing how I only just arrived today, I want to learn more about the island too. But of course, my first priority is helping out the robot club, for your sake too. Don't mind me, huh? I'm getting more and more embarrassed talking to Tenoji-kun. She's younger than Misaki, but older than Akiho. In other words, it kind of feels like I'm talking to my daughters. They've been cold to me these days, so it's kind of embarrassing when she openly wants to keep talking to me. Alright, I need to check if my luggage arrived in the dorm. I wonder what it's like there. To tell the truth, this is my first time living on my own. I'll be taking my leave, Chief. Of course, take care. I would actually really like to know how her father's doing. Because if this is running on the assumption that this is the Steins Gate timeline, literally the good end timeline, I'm assuming. I could be wrong. There's no proof of that in any way other than my assumptions and CERN not having taken over things. But assuming this is a good timeline, that means her father's alive, nobody's murdering anybody, yay. I wonder how he's doing these 9 years later. From start to finish, Tenochi-kun is all smiles as she exits the room. After seeing her off, I sit down in the center seat of the empty room. Misaki, huh? Think about my disobedient daughter who hasn't come home or even contacted us for over 6 years now. When she was a high schooler, much like Tenochi-kun, she'd innocently tell me all about her dreams. Dad, I... Teach to speak of, hopefully, yeah. There's still little bits of it. There's definitely little bits. Mostly it's the musical cue, talk of delusions, and just once they dropped the whose eyes are those eyes. Yeah. Oh, literally right before she abducted them, all of their phones started playing Let Me Pass. Or slightly different, but it's basically the same thing. All of their phones, but not simultaneously, all slightly offset. So imagine 4 different versions of that playing slightly out of sync. And literally as soon as that stops, they get abducted. I created a robot research association at school. Wow, that's pretty bold of you. Oh, absolutely, it's going to give Ramen a heart attack. I'm assuming Ramen is doing birthday-related things and is hopefully having a great night. The archives are all going up, so I absolutely assume they'll check them later. Excuse me. But yes, absolutely going to cause a heart attack. It's still just an association, but I want to make it a club eventually and even build a giant robot. In high school? Yup, I don't even care if it's hollow like a paper mache to save money. I just want us to build it ourselves. I want to know what happened to her. We keep seeing these flashes of her from high school where she's like ambitious and she's strong-willed and she's working hard towards her dreams, and like we see her now and she's like, she doesn't talk to her family. She's basically working for a corporation that seems to have some shadiness to it, but like she's just the public face of it, and it's just like, I guess she's working hard at that, but like, I don't know, it's super weird that like we see the two very different versions of her. The version of her from the high school era time where like she plays fighting games, she builds giant robots, she's really passionate about doing these things. Then we see the current version of her where she's like, I'm the PR person for this, so I'm kind of like famous. Well, that's it. Maybe we just don't know. We don't know the current version of her well. We just know that she doesn't contact her family or friends from the island at all. That's really all we know. Though I'm the only one in the association right now. And I don't know if it's possible to complete something that grand in the 3 years I have. But still, I feel like I'd rather give it a shot than not at all. It's a very you thing to say, Misaki. What's that supposed to mean? You know this is your fault, right? How so? Don't tell me you were unaware of it all this time. Ever since Aki and I were little, you'd go on and on about how amazing robot anime was. I just wanted my daughters to understand the things I liked. Well, thanks to you, both me and Aki ended up loving robot anime. Now we're a pair of sisters who act like boys. Everyone can love robot anime. Robot anime is not a gendered thing. It's robot anime. As long as you've chosen the superior super robots. Have you ever wished we were boys, Dad? Nope, not once. Then have you ever thought about giving us a little brother? You shouldn't tease your old man like this. Anyway, I am truly grateful to you, Dad. I quite like this dream of mine. Being an adult in Japan. Did you want to build a robot when you were younger? Indeed you do. Back when Gundam was airing on TV, I think. I'd always be putting together plastic models. But I always wanted to try making a real one. There wasn't a single boy back then who didn't think about it. That's why I want to make that dream a reality. We're 10 years into the 21st century. Right now, with a bit of dedication, it might really be possible. By the way, do you think JAXA could give me any parts I didn't need for free? Was that the real reason you called me out here to talk? Pretty much. I need as much as I can get if I'm going to make this happen. I'm not sure. I'll try talking to the chief. Huh, he wasn't the chief then. Awesome. I recall being surprised as I watched Misaki happily but humbly thrust her fist into the air. Misaki wasn't the kind of kid who did things like that. That was reserved for Akio, her little sister. That's why I... How serious are you about this? I just had to know. Misaki responded like it was the most natural thing in the world. I'm 100% serious about all of it. You better hold on to your butt, Dad. Even if I can't make it happen in 3 years, I'm gonna plant the seeds. And one day, I'm sure it'll be finished. The first homemade giant robot ever built by high school students. See, this is also part of the reason Akio really wants to finish it. It'll easily make the front page news of the Nanichi newspaper. I can't wait. After that fateful day, Misaki put her everything into building that robot. 9 years have gone by. The Central Tanegashima High Robot Club has inherited Misaki's work, and now Akio is the president. I never thought that a support work proposal for Akio's club would ever come this close to becoming a reality. She really did plant the seeds. My daughter has quite the eye. Now, if only she could visit her family at least once a year, I'd have no complaints about my amazing daughter. It's just a piece of junk. I don't give a damn about it anymore. See, something happened. Something happened. I'm sorry, Dad. What happened? Think back on what Misaki suddenly said to me just before leaving the island. What was going through her head? Even now, I still don't know why she left, but... Misaki, that seed you planted is finally sprouting. Hold on a second. I'm making it sound like Misaki's dead or something. I can't help but chuckle a little. Apparently, the typhoon is getting close. You say from a rooftop... Oh, well, hello. She doesn't have a tag. How's Twippo looking? Kagome incident is happening nationally. Maker, that ringtone exists. That's their excuse for it. That's their excuse for everyone's phone simultaneously swapping to that ringtone, which is very similar to Let It Pass, and playing simultaneously. And if you pick up that phone call, it just plays the dial tone, not the dial tone, the dial-up tone. Their statement is that ringtone exists. Come on, you gotta try harder than that. Is it true? The ringtone already exists? I didn't find it on my phone droid. Oh, so it's a lie on top of that too. Maybe it depends on the model. I think it only rang for people who have the ringtone. My phone droid doesn't have it, but it rang. What's with these dumb kids who don't read the source? Doesn't look like it, but it's stored in all phone droids as data. A ringtone that I can't pick rang. So to make it simple, we don't know the reason why it all rang together across the nation. Was anybody brave enough to pick up? Of course there was. The internet is full of reports of people picking it up. When you pick it up, you hear a high-pitched noise, and after a little, it hangs up. I picked up the Kagome call. I think only older people will understand, but it sounded like when you send a fax. It was very close to that. I feel awkward about this because it feels like someone just used your phone droid without your permission. It wasn't heard anywhere besides Japan, right? Oop. There was an incident that was kind of like this overseas. For example, there was an incident that Symphony No. 9 played across all Spain last month. It's also weird. There are multiple incidents from back then, like the rumor that Torianse played when the Shibuya earthquake hit. Shibuya earthquake, you say? An earthquake in Shibuya? Huh. I was in Shibuya at the time, and certainly Torianse played. This is all because of the Red Aurora, lol. Typhoon number 6 will reach Kyushu area by tomorrow morning. Typhoon 6 looks intense, hitting Kyushu, but looking at the route, doesn't it seem like it'll hit the Kanto area? It goes through Kyushu, then it goes through the Sea of Japan. I couldn't care less. Due to Typhoon number 6, Japan Air Connect Kagoshima to Tanegashima will be cancelled. We apologize for any inconvenience this has caused. Hello from Space Candy. Typhoons have serious impact. He's not wrong. Boobs, right? Oh man. Eh? Ah, yes. Yup, that's it. I gotta keep it going. Gotta keep it going. We've committed to this line of questioning. We have to. Oh geez, there's some tweets. Alright. I had a great offer, but I didn't take it. I wonder if I made the wrong move. I feel like I ruled against my gut. Still, I think it's too early to bring in a new unit. Gun Build 1 can still fight. My role keeps getting bigger and bigger. I'm really afraid that I shouldn't be allowed to be here. People all around me are so talented. I couldn't keep up yesterday either. You're fine. No one there expects you to speak out. You should learn from Frau Kojiro. I think that'll help you out. Let's be bold. Oh, that's such a troll advice. Well, I think the pilot position doesn't need too much knowledge. I'm going to do the troll response. I'm going to do it. I think that people who can make decisions from their values are amazing. You're the club president. You should be proud of your decision. Thanks. You're an important member too, June. Oh, I feel dizzy. It must be because I was pulled out of my room for a long time yesterday. The sunlight is poison to shut in, SMH. Because you stay indoors all the time, it's getting to you. Totally nocturnal, like an owl or a bat. You okay? Please don't be like suddenly dead. That'd suck. Alright, that's basically using her own language to be like, you alright over there? I'm satisfied watching the nipples on the island surfer boys as they mingle at the beach from the monitor in my room. That's a tweet. That's a tweet she made. That's a tweet she sent out to the world. That's a tweet. That's it. I told you she's just female Daru. Hey everyone, I'm here. Remember, at any time, do not let go of opportunities in front of you. You cannot win unless you do. I always struck upon my opportunities. That is why I'm here. Oh, that's his way of trying to be like, take the deal. That's a Fraubo original. Looks like a lot's going on, but still played 4 hours. 49 and 1. Yep, that's it. You should learn... Oh, that's us. Alright, cool. Oh yeah, we already checked this. She's there. What am I doing here? Playing fighting games. Big brother, the typhoon is coming! I know. The whole getting abducted by Tenoji thing left a bad taste in my mouth. But really it was what happened before all of that which stuck with me. The riots in America caused by the solar disturbance, followed by everyone's phone droids playing Kagome Kagome simultaneously, and then hearing a fax machine-like noise after you answer, the same tone that Town Hall is sending up to space. What the hell was that? Iri-chan, do you know anything about the Kagome Kagome call? That's a nursery rhyme, right? It's famous, even I know it. Everyone does. I mean, if you knew anything about the call you received... I meant if you knew anything about the call you receive when Kagome Kagome plays. I can't tell if she really doesn't know if she's messing with me. Wait, Irie is an AI, which means she can't do that sort of thing, right? I wonder if Gijine knows anything. I attempt to summon her. Access confirmed. Switching to Gijine mode. Yeah, she's the one asking about boobs. Belial. She would die of thirst. She would immediately die of thirst. 100%. She's absolutely tweeted out tweets about how she thinks different members of the robot clubs would be tops or bottoms. And how she wants to definitely read dojins of them. She would die of thirst. 100%. I sure have gotten used to this transformation. Do you know anything about the Kagome Kagome call? It occurred on a national scale multiple times in Japan simultaneously. Straight from the Sahara who catch up to her at once in a single moment. Yes, absolutely. National doesn't refer to every region. The phenomenon spanned from Hokkaido to Tanegashima. Specifically, Sapporo, Odate, Kitakata, all 23 wards of Tokyo, all of Kanagawa, Himi, and Ozaki. That's enough. It felt like she was about to go on for another 5 minutes, so I cut her short. So far, there are no reports of any occurrences in the Okinawa and Shikao regions. As of this moment, Gijine does not possess any other information. No detailed analysis has been conducted on the accumulated information. Is that so? Why didn't you just tell me that to begin with? Because it's an AI. You asked a question, it answered to the fullest extent of its capabilities. Gijine seems like she'd be more reliable, but she's actually pretty useless. I enter the town hall building. Is there a number 2 and 3 of the Kimijima report? The number 1 that I found is still here. When I open up IRUO, I can see the power mark indicating its presence. Yep, there it is. It's there. The one located here is number 1, right? Does that also mean that there's a number 2? I shoot Gijine a leading question. Correct, there are 7 Kimijima reports in total. Well, that was easy. 7 of those things, eh? That's more than I expected. Where are they? Scattered all across Japan? Also, hey Ramen, how's it going? Welcome to Viperland of the Chat. Yes, you should go straight to the VOD. Happy birthday, by the way. There's still 46 minutes of my time when I could say that. I assumed birthday stuff was going on, so like, I hope you had a great time, honestly. However, yes, you should go to the VOD. To believe in Eorzea is to believe in nothing. In Eorzea, we're just gonna go with yeah. Gods to fight in their stead. Though your comrades only some stuff happened. That's all you're getting from me right now. Some stuff happened. That's it. I was given to understand they were your protectors. If you truly believe them your guardians, why do you not repeat the trick that served you so well at Cartano? Incorrect. They are all located on this island. For real? But I guess if Kokimijima really lived here, it wouldn't be all that strange. Hell, it works out for me. Tell me about where the others are located. It's starting to creep me out that the contents of report number 1 are actually playing out. Maybe I'm overthinking it, but I really wish I could have stayed ignorant about all this. Though, that's a moot point now. I'm aware of it, which means I can't help but think about it. If I find and read all of Kokimijima's theories and say they turn out to be true, well, it's not like I can do anything. Excuse me. But I figure if the reports really are all on this island, I might as well look for them. Pretty aggressive for me, right? Especially considering I only ever gave a damn about fighting games. The Kimijima reports have been hidden very carefully. I'd hardly call that first report carefully hidden. Gijine accepts your counterpoint and will revise the previous statement. Irie and Gijine are not aware of all the locations of the Kimijima reports, which means you know some of them. Yes, Kimijima report number 2 is located near Uchigaoka Park according to the database. However, Irie and Gijine do not know the specific locations of the Kimijima report AR annotations. It's also possible that even if you find its location, it won't be displayed in IRUO under certain circumstances. You mean like it's invisible? Each Kimijima report has a set of unlock conditions, triggers, required for them to be displayed. Report number 1 was an exception. Its AR annotation was visible by default. This will not be the case for the remaining reports. So the hidden hand password won't work on them? How do you know that? It is indicated as such in the Irie and Gijine database. Got it. That means that by the time Irie was created, the Kimijima reports were already intended to have been hidden. Wait, when did the Kokimijima die again? She did say he was murdered. In the year 2010. Did IRUO exist back then? An alpha version had been developed. By the time Irie was born in December of 2008, Master had already begun alpha testing for IRUO. So he'd been hiding Kimijima reports since the alpha version. You said there were triggers for them to be displayed. What exactly are they? Downloading report number 2 triggers. Download complete. Displaying report number 2 triggers in Yashio-san's IRUO. Oh. Have already discovered Kimijima report number 1 and made contact with Irie at least once. Oh, so we already did that. Oh, what was 2? Whoops. Achieve less than 30 seconds on time attack at the Yuagaoka Park go-kart course and report and sign your time via IRUO geotag. On the fighting game app Golden Wolf Fighter 4 arcade mode, get an SSS score and post it on the island leaderboards. Can we check the other one? Yes. Press the green switch located beneath the native district hall radar dome in Minamitane-cho and press it again an hour later. Okay. The hell? It's like a video game. Are you telling me I gotta complete all these? I honestly can't tell if Ko Kimijima is trolling me or what. Of the 4 triggers, the first one, Contact Irie, has already been completed. Simple enough. But how in the world am I supposed to complete the 3rd trigger? The go-kart track in this park has been closed for over 10 years. What does he expect me to do with this? Wait, actually, it only says that I have to report my time with a geotag. Maybe I can cheese it without a go-kart. Maybe you can cheese it. The game mentioned in the 4th trigger, Golden Wolf Fighter 4, was a popular 2D fighter from 10ish years ago. Fiction, the 4th entry in the 2D fighting game series, its slogan, "First of all, is my wolf even gold?" contradicts the title. This game released in the early 2010s and was ported to multiple platforms. It added multiple characters that would grow to be more popular than the original cast. A well-respected game by fighting game enthusiasts. Golden Wolf Fighter. I don't know what they're trying to reference on that one. 2010, early 2010s. Gauru? Oh, yeah, that would make sense. Mark of the Wolves? Yeah, that sounds reasonable. It's like, potions might know. I'm drawing a blank, but... There you go, that's the fighting game we have to get an SSS ranking on. When I was still in elementary school, Misa-ne'd make me play her all the time. I got bodied a lot, pure evil. Plus, only about 100 people worldwide were able to hit SSS rank in the arcade mode, completely unwinnable. Game lingo, used in fighting games when the opponent's skill level is far higher, when it is impossible to win. I feel like it's in the name, but... Does Golden Wolf Fighter 4 even have a tablet app? If it doesn't, there's no way it'd sync with the IRUO trigger. I'll look into it later. If Ko Kimijima authored these achievements, he definitely incorporated Misane's opinions. Misane was one of the few people who managed to hit SSS after all. In any case, this sucks. They're way more demanding than just putting in a password. But if Gejine never told you the password, you would have never been able to unlock report number 1. In that sense, one could argue that the difficulty has gone down significantly. It sure is way more tedious, though. But I'll give credit where credit's due. This at least seems kinda interesting. But why go through all this trouble? Only Master can answer that question. Did he just want to strengthen security? Did he want to make sure that not just anyone could get the files? Or maybe at the end of the day, he didn't want anyone seeing them despite the fact that they were accusatory. He could even be doing this to filter out people without a healthy dose of curiosity and skepticism. By imposing difficult conditions, only those who remain at the very end are granted access. If nobody's left, well, that's that. Huh. He's pretty laid back for someone claiming that the world is about to end. Step outside and look around. The skies suggest that it may rain at any moment. The rain clouds are moving at alarming speeds. I'm pretty sure Twippo wouldn't update, but yeah. Could that be the radar dome he was talking about? There's a 10-meter tall metal tower standing behind this building. At its very top is a dome-shaped object. I really hate that it says at the bottom of the dome and not the bottom of the tower. Wow, crap, it's shaking like crazy! Now that I'm actually climbing it, my legs are getting close to cramping up because of all the shaking. This is the opposite of safe. This tower feels like it could snap in half at any moment. Why did he start... Only an idiot would try climbing this thing in the middle of a storm. Why the hell am I doing this? Sitting around the dome-shaped object at the very top is a platform. Unfortunately, I don't have the time or presence of mind to enjoy the view from up here. I feel like I'm on a boat getting tossed around by waves. I'd be blown away if I let go of the railing. Now that I'm up here, I notice that the tower rusted over big time, probably due to the sea breeze. It doesn't look like it's being maintained very well. The whole thing is badly deteriorated. Am I going to be okay? Please, please, please withstand the wind. As for why I'm all the way up here, one of those damn triggers. Press the green switch at the bottom of the Minamitanecho local hull radar dome. An hour later, press it again. Why do that now? Why do that now? Oh? How do the traders... I don't really know the console trading well. I figured I'd get this done nice and quick before the typhoon came. Clearly I screwed up. Clearly. Ah. Sure, yeah. Traders are weird. I underestimated the storm. Let's see, where's the switch? I take each step carefully as I search for the switch. The dome looks to have a diameter of about 3 meters. It's pretty damn big. I wonder what it's like inside. I spent over 10 years looking up at this stupid thing. I always figured there was some sort of radar device inside of it or something. But if this is the Eggy system Irie was talking about, there's probably some kind of antenna in it instead. I circle around it. The strong winds are still trying to blow me off the tower. I'm having a hard time standing still. You should go home, dude. I guess if he finds it now, you can come back later, but there's no way he's going to be back up here in an hour. It seems really stupid. In an effort to stay grounded, I get on all fours. Found it! There's a black box located where the dome connects to the tower. On its surface is a red and green switch. I press the green switch without thinking. It lights up. What the... The dome splits in two at the center, and the top lid begins to lift open. Yo, 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 what's going on, Kitchen? Unknown. Totally useless. I want to bail ASAP, but the platform is narrow and the whole thing is shaking violently, making it hard for me to move. Eventually, the dome comes to a halt. As it turns out, the dome was concealing a parabolic antenna. The inner surface of the dome is relatively clean compared to the outside. So this is what's used to send the dial-up tone into outer space. I've been forced to listen to this damn thing since I started climbing. I think I'm losing my mind. Is it really okay to leave this as is? The dome opened because I pressed the switch. But will it close properly if I come back and press it again in an hour from now? Will you be able to come back in an hour from now? I really should have just gone home. Yes, you should have. Why am I rushing this? Just give me a little bit of time, Sir Typhoon. As I pray to the storm of storms, I begin the long journey down. I was killing some time playing Golden Wolf Fighter 4 when the downpour got really bad. Such an idiot. I thought I knew how scary typhoons could get, but I totally made the wrong call here. Yes, you did! Things really fell apart because of how easily I found the Golden Wolf Fighter 4 app. I was planning on giving it a go just for nostalgia's sake, but instead I ended up going in hard. You have no idea how insanely tough it is to get an SSS rank. Before I knew it, my ego had taken over. It took me 2 hours to refresh my memory, then another 2 to hit SSS. I managed to activate the trigger, but when I looked up from my screen, 4 hours had passed and it was storming. Such an idiot. But I'm the type of guy that can't leave a fighting game unbeaten. Needless to say, I was so enthralled by Golden Wolf Fighter 4 that I forgot to press the domes button. So you could have done this at home. The parabolic antenna at the top of the tower is still exposed. Ah, crap. His family's gonna be worried. He's in an abandoned building. It's fine. I don't have an umbrella, so it'll be impossible to get home without getting soaked. Irie warned you beforehand. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know. She did. This is what I get for stumbling into the first report in such a half-assed way. But even then, I thought I could do a little better than this. I guess I'll have Dad come pick me up. If he's home, that is. If not, I'm just gonna have to get wet. Oh, wait, 4 hours have passed. Twippo. Hurry and come home. A typhoon is here. Quit wandering around. For days like this, there's nothing better than drinking. Ended club activity early and got home a bit ago. I hope tomorrow's sunny. Tonight's dinner. Yakodan. Storm. Yo. Tanegashima. Stop. Why are you doing this? Storm. I feel like I want to mess you up. Tanegashima. You're gonna just go play with Kyushu after this anyway. I'm just temporary. Storm. I want to be with you longer, but I'm afraid to hurt your small body. Keep it to yourself. The wind is too crazy. Dojo's closed today. Thank God I went grocery shopping in the morning. You are worried about me, I understand, so you should bring me things, like a fish burger from Wick D. I see. Kojiro-san was passed out the whole time. I'll do my best to learn from it. Us. If not, I'm just gonna have to get wet. What was that? I flinched at the sound of glass shattering. The strong rain and wind from outside came flowing into the room. There's a massive hole in the window, almost like someone threw a rock in here. The floor is covered in shattered glass. Sitting on top of said glass is a triangle-shaped plate. I reach down and pick it up. This is... I've seen this somewhere recently. Kitsune, what do you think this is? She doesn't know either. Kitsune needs to get her act together. I inspect the plate again. Yeah, it's from the radar dome. I guess it's not actually a radar, but you get my point. Let's not sweat the details right now. This unique shape, triangular, is unmistakable. What's wrong with the plate? It came flying in and broke through the window just now. It's actually kind of terrifying, imagining a large metal plate flying through the air. It's a typhoon! If it hit me in the head, I would have instantly died. It's a typhoon! Isn't this going to be a problem? Yes! It's a The dome plate was blown off by the wind? In that case, not only the dome, but the antenna itself may also be damaged. Hell, the entire tower looks ready to fall. It is possible that the corrosion due to the sea breeze may have been the cause. It is also possible that due to you opening the dome, the plate was rendered defenseless against the weather. The rest of the plates may sustain damage moving forward. Ah, not again! I look down at the plate in my hands. I really can't afford to just sit here and cross my fingers hoping that nothing goes wrong. If that dome gets destroyed, what would happen to the trigger? As long as the switch is there, it's possible the trigger can still be activated. Conversely, if the tower itself was destroyed, it is possible that you may never be able to activate it. Is it possible to skip Kimijima Report number 2 and still understand the contents of number 3? Since Airi and Gejine do not know the contents of said reports, that question cannot be answered. This is such a pain. Am I going to have to hold the tower up myself? Not only would that be impossible, it would be pointless. Gejine, are you trying to make me protect the antenna? If that's the case, you'll have to beat me first. Gejine doesn't fall for my strat. Her silent treatment is getting to me, so I decide to switch her back to Airi. Closing Gejine. I was hoping for a decent scene transition, but... well, if it hits 10 after, we'll just stop wherever we are, but I'm hoping for a scene transition. Big brother, the typhoon's here. We know. I know. Is that tower going to be okay? Probably not. That's seriously the first thing out of her mouth? There's nothing I can do about that. You could have not pushed the button. You could have gone home. If the antenna breaks, I'll have one less job to do. Job? The job that Master gave me. He wanted me to make sure that the pee-pee-boo sound is still playing. And then after that, he wanted me to check for any changes. This is the job I've been doing for the last 10 years. Once that's gone, I'll have one last thing to do. Iris says, a lonesome smile on her face. Ah, good grief. Wish I didn't hear any of that. Ah, there you go. There's a scene change. Perfect. We'll save here. Wonderful. So yeah, a bunch of stuff happened tonight. Yeah, introduced to characters I didn't think we'd be introduced to. More creepy music played. Stuck in a typhoon. Possibly ruining a radio tower. We've got achievements to unlock we've got challenges to beat to unlock the second report. I can only imagine what the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th are going to be, but cool. However, done for the night. Tomorrow we're going to finish up Fatal Frame. If we finish that early, we're going to start up on the Mercenaries mode of Resident Evil, because I really need to platinum Resident Evil. Tuesday we're going to do the Mercenaries mode of Resident Evil. On the off chance we finish it early, we'll probably just pop to Path of Exile or something, but I've got 6 levels left to do, and each of them takes like 15 to 20 minutes, and we ain't going to get an S rank on our first shot, so I don't think we're going to finish early. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, we're going to be playing some Shin Megami Tensei 5. Already got it preloaded on the Switch and good to go. There's a very decent likelihood of playing earlier those days. Maybe doing an afternoon and evening stream. But that's kind of depending on how I feel after work those days too. So, to be determined. Sunday we will be doing this. Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, probably going to be more Shin Megami Tensei. We're going to play a lot of Shin Megami Tensei. I'm very excited for that game. So we're going to play a bunch of it. But we're not going to be skipping our Sunday side EVs, except we'll probably skip it the week of the Shadowbringers launch. That'll probably be the only time we skip the side EV Sundays. That's the plan for now. I should toss a host towards somebody. Let's see if anybody's going. Nobody's going. I'll be lazy. Actually, a few people going. I'm gonna toss it to Zelf, who's playing Jackbox Party Packs. And yeah, that sounds good. Got ourselves a monster, a vote, a Discord, and chaos. Go with that for the sound effect. Why not? I should have ended on a bit that had music instead of just rain ambiance, but that's fine too. Yeah, this has been Vipress of Viperland. Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you all for watching. Hope everybody had a blast tonight. I had a great time, and I can't wait to find out even more what's happening in this heckin' game. But yeah, this has been Vipress of Viperland, and I'll see you all next time.